Hey, hey, hey. It's Satisfactory live stream day. Already have like 12 people on YouTube. Welcome everybody. A lot of the same names as usual, but also a couple of names I don't recognize or haven't seen in a while. So welcome guys. Shadow, Ray, Lena, Oki, Squashes, Jimmy, and Black Bug Hunter. Welcome guys. Nice, Oki. Your birthday today? And then Shadow Reaper on Twitch. Yeah. We are satisfactorying today. So today's a 3-day, this weekend's 3-day weekend. I'm gonna have an extra stream tomorrow night. Okay, I was gonna do Satisfactory tomorrow night, but I'm thinking I'm really pushing on Factorio. I want to finish it. We're not really that close to finishing over anything really over here on Satisfactory. We're kind of in the grind mode over here, but with Factorio, I kind of want to just knock it out, wrap it up, so I can kind of focus fully on Satisfactory rather than kind of like drawing them both, right? Hey Dreadnought. So I just landed on Filgora in Factorio, and it's a pretty fun planet. It has some interesting challenges, and I've been enjoying it. So I'm gonna probably hit Factorio tomorrow night. My guess is probably about 2 10-hour streams per planet, and I've already got the first one for Falgora. Or Fulgora, whatever, however you pronounce that damn thing. And then I have 2 more planets after Fulgora. So my guess is probably 5 more long streams, which is basically another month or a month and a week. Okay, so that's generally what I'm thinking on that. And then that way I'll be able to fully focus on Satisfactory. And then this week I'm going to be working on editing the, I'm making a how to plan your factory video in on YouTube, and I've been working and all throughout the week on doing editing live streams. So if you're interested in that, look for that. It has a different thumbnail, so you'll be able to tell whether or not you know what kind of stream it is. Okay, so for tonight, oh my gosh, my wife brought me, so I'm drinking whiskey tonight. We're drinking peated whiskey. I've got Lagavulin, and my wife brought me a little tumbler glass that has Jabba the Hutt on it. I wonder if she's trying to tell me anything. Lagavulin 16. As somebody once said, it's like it's like drinking a tobacco smoking mermaid's bathwater. And it is shockingly actually what that might taste like. All right, let's see if we can hear the cork pull. Here we go. I have a gate on my microphone, so like I have to sort of talk and then pull the cork while the gate is still open. So here we go. Let's try it. Let's go. All right, one more time. Come on, pull the cork. Ready? It's very subtle. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, damn, this smells ridiculous. And I'm not drinking very much. We're just sipping neat here while we fool around in Satisfactory. We're just sipping neat. So, yeah. A couple other things. While a couple more people come in, just really quickly. I'm not gonna belabor this. I made a video on it, but I will be wrapping, we're going to be focusing on kind of completing all the various threads that I have. Did you hear it? Nice. On my channel, including Victoria I mentioned, and then I'm going to push hard on Satisfactory. Oh man, this whiskey smells ridiculous. I'm going to try to, we're going to finish work really hard on finishing this city and make it look just the way I want it to. I'm looking forward to another game already, and it's going to be a bit of a change for the channel, but I'll still be me. I think there'll actually be a lot more going on, and I'll be able to kind of show what I can do even better than I can in Satisfactory. So I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be great content. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It is an MMO, and it'll be in alpha. I'm going to be playing Ashes of Creation starting May or June or so. We've already got a guild on the server. I'm not in it. I haven't logged in. I'm really focused on Satisfactory, but I am sort of looking forward to that. So we heard it. You can put your O voice away. Okay. Do I have an O? I don't know what an O voice is. Maybe I should. Maybe I should know. So that's the general plan moving forward. I'm going to be try to stream a lot more during the week, not just editing videos, but Satisfactory videos as well. All right. So it won't just be Saturday nights. Okay. So let's get in here. Let me take a drink. Let me take a drink of this. I haven't taken a drink yet. Wow. There's really nothing like that. Plus the possibility of audience participation. Exactly. I will be looking for officers and sort of supply officers as well in Ashes of Creation. And you guys that are listening to me now, early days, right? You guys are my farm. I'm using you for my own purposes. I'll need recruitment. I'll need admin. I mean, I'm gonna go for it. I really am. And it's the kind of game I enjoy, and I think I'm good at. Grow the channel, play an awesome game, meet some more people. Corthal Jones, $2. Candyland. Do you know Candyland, the board game, is one of the handful of games where there's literally zero decision making done by the players. The game is determined by the shuffle of the deck at the moment it starts. So you actually don't even have to play it. All you would have to do is just go through, because nobody can make any decisions in Candyland. It's interesting. It's a very, very interesting look at games from a game theory perspective. So, okay. What else was I going to say? Oh, I remember. So one of the things also, I've already looked into it. I've already decided what camera and what lens I'm going to get. I will be adding a face cam after Satisfactory. I really believe, I mean, look at this. Look, I hate even having the HUD up. Look what this looks like. Look at this game, right? Like, to me, you know, and even on Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, I have an overlay on Twitch, but I've kept the overlay off the game footage. And then on YouTube, there's no overlay whatsoever. So there, you know, if somebody gifts me subs or something, it does pop up on Twitch briefly, but it doesn't pop up on YouTube, and there's no chat. And this is all done on purpose. I, you know, want to make a really clean aesthetic. And I think that, and that's on purpose. At the same time, I do think that Ray, join the club on having your gaming time be super late at night. I do think that me as a content creator, as a live streamer, I think the time is coming, and I'm okay with it for a cam. My plan is to do a green screen cam so that there's as little taken away from the game as possible, I might have some overlays on YouTube. I might work on that a little bit. Zeph on screen celebration, thank you, on Twitch. Those look so cool. Those are really cool. So I will still try to keep the YouTube experience relatively clean, but I also think, like, just drinking the whiskey, like I'm trying to describe to you guys this stuff, but I'd be able to show it to you, you know, and I'm thinking ahead, you know, I'm working out, I'm trying to lose a little bit of that like face fat, you know, like I'm on it, and anything to help me motivate myself to get my butt to the gym I'll take it. So that's the general plan. Things, they are changing, and you guys are sort of already here, so I like talking about that stuff. Okay, so we're making the Shard. It is a building in London, and we have one last side to put in. This turned very complicated, like really complicated, and it's not perfect by any means, but I do like how it's turning out in general. I've got to figure out how we're gonna do the glass. I've got some ideas, but we still have to figure out this last side, and this last side is pretty complicated. So yeah, basically what we're trying to do is put the wireframe in, and then go from there. You're usually up later than I am. Well, I mean, last night I played all night, and then well, yeah, on like a weeknight, for sure you are. Like, I get it. I have to get up. I only really sleep 5 hours a night, maybe 6. I don't sleep very much, especially now that I got a CPAP machine, and that actually has really helped. So let's make sure that we're paused. Yeah, let's hit play. And so yeah, I sleep less now than I ever have. 27 viewers on YouTube, 5 on Twitch. But yeah, so I don't know. And then I mean, so I have a family. I have 5 kids. I got a big old rent that I pay. I got a decent sized house. I got 2 dogs. Father-in-law lives with us. Okay, so that's my life, right? I'm not like a hungry, I'm not a starving artist. I'm not a starving college student, right? So full-time for me would be, in a way, very risky, and I would love to do it. I would have to be a lot bigger, a lot bigger than I am right now. So it's something that could happen. And there's also some other things happening in my life that may affect my ability to do that. It could happen. It's not a the chances are greater than 0. Okay, and so if something like that were to happen, I would be playing games all night, probably. I like being up at night. Sammy Viking on Twitch, hello. All right, Oki, be back later. See you later. All right, we got to figure out what the hell we're gonna do with this last side. This was very difficult. We sort of figured it out as we were going, but to be honest with you, it was a week ago, and I can barely remember what the hell we were doing. So let's see if we can find the resources that we were using. I forgot to close some of my tabs. So, all right, close your eyes. Nobody look. Okay, it's over. It's over. It wasn't anything that special. What about this? What about this tab? Oh, we can get rid of this one. I have a lot of windows up. Okay, 1.0 playthrough. This one's safe. This one's safe to look at. All right, we were looking at a couple of things. What is this? That can't be accessed for some reason. All right, here's the shard. Content's no longer available for some reason. Here's Rise Over Run calculator. We're gonna be using this again. Okay, this is how we're getting our 95 degrees. This is the inverse, right? So it's 5 degrees. But I mean 85. Sorry, this is how we're getting our 85 degrees. So if we go 12 to 1 is what we were doing. Rise 12, run 1 to get us this 85 degree. Okay, so we have this up. And then let me see if I can find it. I slept a little late today because I was up so late with Factorio, and I'm not as... Anyway, I had dinner with the family and I spent time with my kids, and I didn't prep as well as I could have, and now I can't find my earlier paperwork that I had. I got my ruler, but I can't find my protractor, nor the pages that I printed. Let's bring up Discord, because I got some stuff sent to me on Discord to help me figure out what we're doing with this. All right, so let's pull that up from last week. Here we go. It's not actually that far. Yeah, okay, here. The shard, all this looks good. I had a PDF that was very good, and now I can't find it. I think it was one of those things that didn't open. Oh, somebody made, I remember. Yeah, okay, so here's one of those things that we were doing. So this is a really good shot from top down, right? These are the panels that I'm trying to make, right? So it's a little hard to see, right? But you can kind of see looking up, like this is a plane, right? There's several planes of glass, and I'm trying to do the wire frame of them. Now they're very oddly shaped, and they're at an angle, right? They're leaning. Okay, but this is essentially what I'm trying to do, right? Is put these planes in. Okay, and we did this one, this one, this one, this one, that one, and that one. We got 8 done. We need 2 more. These 2 right here. These are the last 2 we have to do. All right. So what else did we have for resources? Somebody made me I don't know what happened to my really sad, because I think it was one of those ones that here, what about my downloads? I don't think I have anything embarrassing here. Just Ashes of Creation stuff. And thumbnail pictures. Yeah, it was this one. Oh, somebody deleted it. Whoever made it deleted it. The Shard London Bridge Tower. Yeah. I'm not sure. And then I printed off something too that was really good, but I don't know if we need that. Actually, I think we do. Shit. All right, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Look at this. Look at my pretty buildings really quickly. I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm gonna find my protractor. I need a protractor, a pen, and the pages that I was working with last week. I apologize. I'm terrible at this live streaming thing. Maybe it's just because I was drinking. That could be it. I'll be right back. Okay, good news. I found the paperwork. Now I just got to find my protractor and we'll be in business. Okay, I got it. It was under my desk on the floor. Even chances that it was me that dropped it and kicked it, or one of my children. This is a very nice metal protractor. Okay. Yes, I was looking at a rendering. I was. The side rendering, Zeph, was really nice. That I was using. Look at the colors of this damn game. Sun's coming up. It's great. I need some iced tea before I go back to that Lagavulin. Okay. Now let's see if I can find. There was a really nice it looks like this. It isn't this. Wish I could find it exactly what I printed. Oh, it's one of these. Sorry. Here, let's do copy image, go to paint. I printed this out on my screen. It's a much bigger version and it's a lot nicer than this pole right here, but I'm trying to get these angles. And then I wish did I not save it? I must not have saved the Word doc that we were, or the the paint doc that we were using. But yeah, so again, this is very low resolution, but Yeah. So we've done, let's use green. So we've done this right here. We've done this. We've done this, that, and that. We've got to do this one and this one. And I have a nicer printed version of this picture that I had to find. That's what I went to look for. And I've got it, I've measured these angles. YouTube crapped out on me yesterday, but looks like you had fun playing Factorio. Yeah, I did. I like Satisfactory more, but Factorio is very fun. And I'm more now looking forward to finishing it. Not that it's bad, but I just, I don't want to live in the game and iterate like I am enjoying in Satisfactory. You know what I mean? Okay, so we measured these. I wrote them down. I forgot to save my damn file. I'm disappointed in myself. I was so tired. So I'm just double checking, but I believe these angles are 15 degrees. I think. Yeah. So if you take a right angle off of this right here, let's use a straight edge. Bro's a little thick there. So if we go here, and then if we do a right angle off of that here, and then this angle of this right there. That's terrible. El terrible. That angle right there is 15 degrees. Okay, and it's the same with this angle. Same thing, 15 degrees. All right, and so we have, there's 3 dimensions. We have 3 angles to worry about. This is just one. Was it a different file type? It was a CAD CAM thing, right? Well, I have that too, and we're going to be using that. But somebody took that 3D. Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, this is in Sketchfab. Somebody took this 3D rendering, which is very good, and they did an isometric view of each side, and that was very, very helpful. That's sort of what I'm missing, but we'll forge ahead and we'll be all right. So essentially, though, we're doing this side here. So this pane and this pane is what we have to work on, right? This one here and this little guy here. Satisfactory is better, even though it's technically a descendant of Factorio. I'm making nuclear pasta finally, trying to unlock tier 9. Sloops make it so much easier. Yeah, sloops do, for sure. But yeah, I need to try to get the framework for these last 2 panes in, and then we're gonna start filling in these panes with glass. All right, so I think we probably have everything we need. This corner here is going to be a little tough. I may not do it exactly how it's done here. See how like this one comes together, like this one changes an angle, and then above it that one changes an angle. I don't know how I'm gonna exactly do this, but I do want to make sure that it meets at the top and against this pane over here that we already have in. We already have this one in correctly. That's gonna be really important. And then the way these stop we may, I wasn't planning on doing these buildings here, or it's not a separate building, but the sort of square part of the shard off the side, but we may have the room. If we have the room, I might do it. Oops. Or a version of it. Okay. So we have this as a tool. So between this, we've got, you know, if we look at this on the side, this gives us the shape of the plane. All right, it's triangular. It's got this point at the top. It comes, you know, it tapers up at the top. And then, you know, this looks actually like it kicks to the, it kind of goes in as it goes down and then up to a certain point, you know, so it's like a triangle with a piece cut out. And I think that's how we have to build it. We have to build it and then cut the piece. Right? Because that's essentially what we did here, and it's the same idea. I took this all the way down, you know, to do this pane on the right. I took the triangle all the way down, and then I chopped it. I think we have to do the same with this one. Take this triangle all the way down, and then chop it. Rather than trying to build it from here. Plus, look. You see? We also have this angle, right? So, and then we also have this angle, right? So there is the twist. It's like a twist. This is like a twist out. Okay, there's a twist. Okay, then there is a tilt, right? It's tilted backwards. And then there is the shape of it. So it's almost like 4 dimensions, right? You have the shape of it, which is in 2 dimensions, right? It's like 1, 2. Then you have the tilt backwards, which is like a 3rd one. And then you have the twist described here, which is almost like a 4th one. It's not really this all exists in 3 dimensions, of course, but it's almost like 4 different things we have to think about. And we have to make it all line up with its buddies, so it looks good. This is very difficult. This is actually probably one of the hardest things I've done. You know, because I'm not an engineer. I'm just making shit up. All right, Lagavulin. Wow. I don't think I'll ever get to the point where I stop saying wow when I drink a peated scotch. I always thought the angled faces of the shard met at the top. Yeah, well, we can take a look at where's a good real life picture here. Yeah, so here's what the top looks like from an actual picture. And I mean, and they definitely do not. You know, and the edges don't even meet. And there's kind of like exposed like scaffolding kind of in there, which is interesting to me. But I mean, it's basically a see-through building. I mean, you can see the insides. It's naked. There's some reflections down here, but up here, you can basically see inside. And you'll be able to see inside our building. But yeah, the more I got into this last week, the more I realized, like, wow, I really stepped in it. This is very difficult. Canuck, alcohol, the cause of problems. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. But you know, we're just chilling. We're just chilling. We're chilling. We're trying to pretend we're engineers. You know, I have an economics degree. I've studied leadership. I've studied economics. I have a passing interest in engineering. And this is hurting my brain, but I think we can do it. Look how pretty that is. It's like even prettier. Like this is what a screenshot. Like I have to take this. I have to take this. It's ridiculous. I love this game. What game? Like, this is a factory building game. Look at this shit. You know? It's ridiculous. What a world we live in. Like, I don't remember seeing those so close together in the sky before. Yeah, that's because of my mod. I have a sky mod, and it sort of randomizes the planets. And so, yeah, if you don't have that mod, you'll probably never see it this way. It sort of, it kind of mixes them up. But like, I remember I'm telling a story, old man mode. I was 8 years old. Okay, it was 1991. I was 7 actually. And I got a Game Boy. And I was like shocked. And look at this. You know, 35 years later. Oh, what a time. You know, and the craziest part is I'm sitting in my bedroom, right, playing a game, talking to, you know, people all over the world. There's only about like 50 you between both streams right now, but by the time the VOD is over, this video should have 1,500 views, you know? Like, it's ridiculous. I don't know. I'm just very contemplative today, apparently. Mostly, I'm just thinking of any excuse to put off trying to figure out how to do this last wall. 42? Yeah, 41. I was born in 1984. I'll be 41 in May. All right, what the hell? How can we do this? I almost think that what I want to do, the most important part for me isn't really what happens down here. The most important part, I think, for me is going to be making sure that the top looks good. So I almost want to design this based off relativistically this column, and then it will sort of be what it is what it is down there, rather than starting down there and trying to make sure that I hit this moving target perfectly up here. You know what I'm saying? You have a degree in business administration? I was actually going to get that. My college, I went to Sacramento State University. They had a very good business administration undergraduate degree, and I was going to do that, and then I had to take, well, actually first I was going to do computer engineering. I was a computer engineering major, but I enjoyed economics classes, and but I needed to have a certain number of units to receive my grants, because I got a couple of grants, and if I didn't have 12 or 15, I can't remember, then I didn't get the money. And so sometimes I couldn't get into those engineering classes. And so to fill in the requirements to make sure that I took enough, I took some economics classes. And honestly, it wasn't that long until I realized that I was closer to an economics degree than I was to the damn engineering degree. And so, oh, were you April 1984, Alex? You know, March, April. So yeah, I realized that I was closer to an economics degree than an engineering degree. And then I was going to do business administration, but I had an accounting class at 7:30 in the morning. And I lived 45 minutes away from the college. I lived at home. And yeah, that was bad. That was my only dropped class I ever did. All right, we're drinking Lagavulin. And I realized my brain doesn't work right for accounting. I don't know, it's like not real math. It is real math. I'm making a joke, but damn. Counting is very special. And so then I just decided I have a Bachelor of Arts in Economics with a focus in econometrics. So I used to be able to know how to do regressions and stuff like that, which are really fun, but which I probably couldn't do right now if my life depended on it. But now I'm doing this. Okay, what does the top look like? I'm also really warm in this room. Hold on, let me text the help. You had advanced probability theory class at 8 a.m. at one point? Yeah, gross. Disgusting. I'm texting the help right now. Can you open a window in here? I'm dying. Don't worry. My wife gets everything. Point reaches, you know, about a little bit lower than this one does. Kind of where the base of this point meets the side. All right, OBS just disconnected and reconnected. I don't know if I had a hiccup in my internet, but I cut out for a second. I think you guys did the YouTube stream drop. Twitch is fine. Twitch's stream recovery is very good. YouTube's though makes me nervous. Are we good? Let me make sure before I continue. All right, looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. Okay, back to it. What was I saying? Oh, the top of this point. Oh, she opened the window. It's so amazing in here. So much better. Now I can drink my whiskey and feel warm without sweating so much. The tip of this probably reaches the bottom. So let's look at that in game. So like, you know, the tip needs to be just the tip about this height or so. Yeah, it knows me. I froze your YouTube. Do not attempt to adjust your television. We're in control. I'm in control of the horizontal and the vertical. And then probably about right here or so, we kind of lockstep in line with this one all the way down. Right? And so what does that look like? Like this. I want to accomplish this. Yeah. Yeah, it was an Outer Limits reference. I haven't heard that in a long time. I may not have gotten it right. Right here. This, I wanna mirror this edge. But I would really actually like the rotation to also be correct. Well, we know it's 15 degrees. So what if we take this out? It's a 15 degree angle turn from the right. Well, actually, that's not true. Well, it is true. Yeah, it is true. It is 15 degrees. Okay. So what are we gonna try to do here? Okay, come on, kid. Also, idea, it is 15 degrees. How many rotations does it get 90? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Damn. One, two, three, four. Can't get 15 degrees if each notch is 10 degrees, and each notch is 10 degrees if 10 notches give you 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, each one's 10 degrees. I don't know what's wrong with me. There's 9 of them. Each one's 10 degrees. All right, so we can't cheat that way. I was thinking maybe if I notched it by hand that way, I wouldn't have to use the rise over run. When do the zombies attack? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Not today. All right, and then we could probably go 4 meters, 4 meters, or 6 meters, 6 meters, maybe. That's too far. Too far. Let's do 4 and 4. Well, hold on. That may actually work. What's 4 and 4 look like? Right here. All right, let's do 4 and 4. All right, so there's the position. Now we need to get the twist and the tilt in. We have to go this way. We have to go this way. And we have to go this way. We have to get all of those things correct. It's not easy. I think it's possible. Foundations turn at 5 degrees. Can you use the foundation as a snapping point for the pillar? I think so. I mean, that sounds like the easiest solution to me. So let's do the twist first. Dang it. Is this even correct? Do these stay? Are these departing from each other? They're not. In this dimension. Right? If I better not use that, better use this. Like if I extend this out with this, is that biting into that one the same amount as that? And it looks like no. It looks like it's diverging. So this may not even be. So how would we get that? Just right in the center. Probably close enough for us. It's very close. I'm gonna go ahead and use it. I was just trying to make sure that this thing that we're gonna do, measure the 5 degrees with, is relatively relativistically speaking, in the correct place to begin with. Do I use Satisfactory tools? Yeah, I use it for planning factories. We've already planned the factory that's going to go inside here. Going to be this one. It's not actually that big. This is the basics factory. Right, so some of these only have one machine. There's a lot of wire for sure. It's a lot of wire, but really not that much of everything else. All right, let's get the 15 degree rotation in. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now the rotation is correct. One problem fixed. We have 2 more. Later, Ray. We have tilt in this direction and tilt in this direction. And I believe that they're both the same, 12/1. So go up 12. Redman, just a question. When you have multiple constructors, but they come out to an odd number, like 195.63 iron or so, how do you split those? Well, I usually overclock. Oh, wait. You mean the output is making 195.63 iron? It depends. What do you need it for? Oftentimes, you may not need to split it a certain way. It depends on the use. You could do an overflow. You could do like a 2-to-1 splitter. You could do a 3-to-1. Like it depends on what you need it for. If it's just going into storage, obviously you wouldn't split it, right? So that's probably not what you're asking. Input. Oh, the input. Well, I don't really load balance very often. Unless I'm being like cheeky. I manifold. Right? And so just throw 200 per minute at that thing, and then you could overflow in a manifold. So like you're gonna send it down a line, and let's say how many constructors need 195.63 iron. You know, you throw it in a big line, they manifold out, then give it more than it needs and overflow the rest. So like good example. It's a good example. So here's what I would do here. All right, I'm making $158 iron ingots per minute. Okay, they're going to be coming out of these foundries, right? It'll be two foundries. One of them will be overclocked to 110.7%. All right, if they're running the alternate iron alloy ingot recipe, then I'll get 158 iron ingots out of this. But they have to go in 2 directions, right? Or they have 2 different purposes. One is going to go to this set of 6 foundries. One is going to go to this other set of 2 foundries. Okay, and so let's take this one as an example. Now, this one's a little cheaty, right? Because this one has an alternate cheaty solution. And it's 90, right? So, and how would you get 90? Well, you get 90 by taking your 160, and I would do a smart splitter, and I would send everything to two sides, and I would do a 60. Basically, I would make sure I had 60 and 30, and I would add them together to get perfectly 90. So you could load balance 90, but let's pretend you couldn't. Let's pretend this was a different number. How I would treat this is I would take my entire 160 and I would jam it into the manifold line of these 6 foundries. And then I would do a smart splitter that overflows whatever doesn't get used in these foundries. I would pop it over into the leftovers, and I would send it to these foundries. Right, so it's a manifold system here with a smart splitter overflow, and everything else can go here. Now, what that will mean is that these guys get their iron ingots first before these two. And there's an interesting relationship here because they won't get the steel ingots they need because they don't, right? So there's some interesting things here, but in general, in theory, it would be fine because he's gonna get fed first, and then the overflow, they can only ever eat 90 steel iron ingots per minute. Everything else comes over here and gets made there. Okay, that's how I would handle weird numbers. Hope that helped. Okay, speaking of my own weird numbers, we went up by 12. Now we're gonna try to go out by 1 and out by 1 this way. All right, now what the hell is this? 12 by 1. Well, I showed that a minute ago, and that is rise over run. If you go up 12 and over 1, it gives you an 85-degree angle. And this 85-degree angle has been the basis of much of the shard for us. Apparently, it's more like 86 degrees or so. Redman, good. I'm glad. I'm glad I was able to help. Apparently, it's more like 86 and a half rather than 85 and a quarter, but I think it'll be okay. We could have gone like 14 to 1. But we've been using 12 to 1, so we're going to continue using 12 to 1. So the complicated issue here, though, is that it isn't just 12 to 1 once. It's 12 to 1 in 2 different directions. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to put it there, and I'm going to change my painted beam form to freeform. So now, in theory, we have the twist right, the tilt, and the angle right. So I don't know if this is gonna work, but is that gonna match all the way down, or are we getting, is this a parallel? I'm going for parallel, and this doesn't seem parallel to me. No, it's not parallel at all. Why isn't this parallel? F Tucker. Is it parallel this way? It's not parallel this way. It's not parallel this way. Why? 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 Do I have to just do this? That didn't work. That clearly did not work. I'm not 100% sure why that didn't work. If there's a flaw in my thinking, if there's a limitation in Satisfactory, if there's a limitation in my mind, it's probably that, to be honest with you. One, two, three, four. What if we... Okay, this will be parallel now, because the two angles will have transferred. But how do we get the twist? We need a 15-degree twist. What a twist! Degrees. What if we just make it 10 degrees and not 15? And we say that this is as good as we can get. What if we just say... What if we just say boom? Go out 10 degrees. No one's gonna know the difference. I mean, we'll know, but we don't count. I think I have to do this so that we can, because I feel confident I can make these two parallel now. Right now we can run this all the way down and this is gonna look the way it should. I just don't think I can hit that target. I don't think I can hit this target otherwise. I think we have to cheat a little. 32 viewers on YouTube and 13 on Twitch. Oh, you know what I need? I forgot. I need my caffeine. I have to, I'm gonna owe the help a little bit of extra payment. She gets a hefty percentage. It's really, actually, she actually doesn't get really, I was gonna say she gets really irritated when I call her the help, but she doesn't really, she just looks at me. She knows that the only way to deal with me is to ignore me. Got you scotch. Yeah, I'm drinking Lagavulin. Did you just get here, Peated? All right, so look at that perfect parallelness. Perfect parality. Is that a word? Parality? Should be. And now what? All right, let's take a look. Parallelism. Parallology. Oh, Genuine Vlogger, you've been here a while? Good. Ooh, got a little crazy there. So we pull away on this dimension now. But I don't think we pull away on this dimension. Yeah. We actually do that above. I'm gonna see if I can try to do this. So we break away, maybe call it here. Sorry. We need 12 to 1. It was 11. Thank you. Okay. I might have it. So now what we've done is we've cranked out on this edge our favorite 85 degree. The bathrooms at the restaurant at the Shard are so cool. One of the best views I've ever had at a urinal. All right, well, I'll put that on the bucket list. Did you cut the switch to the Fixmas factory? No more gift trees. Oh, they're out? Yeah, all done. Sad day. Yeah, I can cut it later. I'll cut it later. We'll have a ceremony. It's cool you've been there. Okay. Now what I've just done is I have produced this angle here, right? Where we're parallel with the wall above the... Sorry. Oh, I'm drinking many things right now. I'm about to pop my Red Bull too. I'm drinking peated scotch. I'm drinking a Red Bull. These flavors don't mix. Wouldn't recommend. But I'm going to be streaming for 11 hours, so you got to do what you got to do. All right, here we go. Okay. So before the angle it was parallel. After the angle, we're going to start to break away. Okay. Now, then I change it again. Break away for a while, and I change it again, and we go straight down. Straight down, I think I can actually do. How much further? Let's call it the same amount that above this other angle that I did the first change. We'll do the second change. All right, so we'll count it. And perfect. So that means we gotta go down 20. There's 3. There's a total of 10. There's 20. Now we adjust this and go straight down. And to do that, can we use this? Yeah, he looks good. Looks gross. Let's try another method. I think this is a method I used last week. That looks way better. It's sugar-free Red Bull, by the way. I'm watching my figure. All right, we go down 9. Really, we didn't need to go down 9. All right, we take it to the floor. Take it to the ground. See, what are the chances I could have found this position and did those things that made this line up parallel up at the top. Better for me to line it up at the top and then have this down. I like this. This is, we're off to a good start. It didn't take me 4 hours to get this far. Now what? Essentially what I've done is I've put in this wall. We got that angle change. We got that angle change. He follows up, he follows up, he follows up. All right, we got to put in, I think what I want to do, I'm more worried about the top than I am anything else. So let's continue that logic where we do the part that I am the most concerned about making look relatively good, and we let the other stuff go. So the tip here, we want to make this look good. We always want to make the tip look good. So we're gonna come up, to be higher than that. And then we're going to do our angle. Higher than that, but maybe not that much higher. What about here? Love a nice sharp angle. What do we go 2 to 1? So how about 4 to 8? think it needs to be pointier. I don't think that's pointy enough. I wish. All right, what do we do here? Let's see if I can figure out what I did here. Do I like this pointiness? Seven. And height wise, 14. It's 2 to 1. 7 and 14. I already did it. All right, maybe. Oh, it's not 2 to 1. Or is it? Yeah, it's 4. That's 8. It's 2 to 1. All right, let's build it out. I don't care what I did before. That doesn't look good. Is there any way I can measure that? Yeah. I'm gonna try to get the camera straight, and then, like a crazy person, I'm gonna lean forward and my fat fingers and hold this metal protractor up against my screen like a monkey trying to figure out engineering. But this, you know, it's so dark in here. I can't see anyway. So I gotta get my flashlight on my phone. This is my content, guys. Hope you're enjoying it. Okay. 0, 0. Okay, that looks like. It's like 10 degrees. It's very sharp. It's like 80 degrees. Hey guys, I'm back. Got the party wound down and everybody's on their way home. The house is so quiet now. My house is quiet too, I think for different reasons. Isn't it like 12:30 there in Soonertown? Okay. So if we're gonna try this, if I think that was 80 degrees, let's take a gander at what we think that's gonna be. Let's try 20. Let's try 6 to 1. There's 80 degrees. I did 4 to 8. It's very different. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try 6 to 1. Let's see if we like it. Okay, so the idea is there's the 1. There's the 6. So in theory, it should be from there to there with a rotate. So it definitely crosses the halfway point, but then it pretty much comes straight down and leaves a big gap, and that gap is filled with our final plate. It's shorter than that other one, though. Right now, I already got it taller. Okay. I don't like it. It's too much. Let's try 5 to 1 instead of 6 to 1. Gap here is so big. Maybe we do we start it lower? Maybe. Maybe that's the right solution. I like that angle, but maybe we start it lower. Oh, I fell asleep looking at her phone. Ugh. I don't know how I can talk like this and not wake her up. Well, she's mostly deaf in one ear. She's pretty much all the way deaf in one ear. Probably good for me. No. Married the right person. Somebody who doesn't have to hear me talk. You guys have to deal with it instead. To be fair, I'm not really talking that loud. I do have the mic very close. I do talk a lot, though. All right, I like this. Okay, so what's the goal for the other side? Yeah, this is based on a real tower. This is, let me find the good one here. Yeah, this is the Shard in London. Can't quite do it exact, obviously. We're playing Satisfactory, not AutoCAD, but I can get it sort of close. I've had to make some adjustments based on some of the limitations in Satisfactory and the fact and the limitations of my intelligence but mostly experience. You should start your streams earlier. Yeah. Sorry, I mean, I have a family and a job, so unfortunately I start my streams when I can. But I try. I start them as early as I can. Today, I streamed all night last night. So basically, I mean, I had work on Friday, right? So, no, timeline, right? I wake up on Friday. Okay, I work till on Fridays, luckily it's 4. Okay, by the time I worked out, got home, it was 6. Took a shower, ate dinner, like 7:30, like 8, let's call it 8. Okay, so from 8 to 9, you know, I watched a show with my wife. From 9 to 10 p.m. I got ready to stream. At 10 p.m. okay, I started streaming and I streamed for 11 hours. Now it's 9 a.m. okay, this morning. Took a shower, had some breakfast, went for a small walk because my legs were bothering me a little bit because I sat in one place for 11 hours. By the time I went to sleep, it was 11. Okay, I was asleep like 11. I slept for 5 hours. Okay, so no, almost 6. Almost 6. It was what? 5 p.m. I woke up at 5 p.m. Had dinner, went for a walk, had dinner. Didn't even get to watch a show with the wife. At 8 by 8 p.m. I'm getting ready for streaming at 9 p.m. I'm gonna stream for 11 hours tonight. Right? There's like what time in here could I have chosen to not do? To start my streams earlier. You know what I mean? Like not go to work, not sleep. I barely spent any time working out. I didn't do any editing of any videos. You know, spend a couple hours with the kids. I would love to start my streams earlier. I just can't. I just can't. I was saying, see how it look in the game? Yeah. Well, and you guys have to realize my kids are really noisy. I have to wait until they go to bed. Like, they like scream. It's fun. You can stream a lot more if you didn't sleep or care about your family. Stop being so selfish. I know. Literally, though, that's part of it. Is my kids are really noisy. Of course, maybe that would add a level to the stream that, you know, is unique. All right, we have to figure out how we're going to do this point. And then bring her down, right? I mean, do we think, what is this? Is this straight down? And if it is straight down, in what? Yeah. Okay. So it's straight down in one sense. But we've got our angle in the other. Do you ever go flat with no angle? If I didn't have a job, I would start my streams earlier in the day. And if I had a bigger house where I could delegate, not delegate, relegate my kids to the other part of the house where we couldn't hear them, you know, daytime streaming. I do have a noise reduction. I do have a noise reduction on my mic. We haven't actually tested it. Maybe you can't hear them. So this angle pretty much continues. It continues until this spot right here. You're older and you need your sleep. I actually feel like I need less sleep than I did when I was younger. But that could, there's a lot of variables to that. I need less sleep when I have lost weight, right? The heavier I get, the more sleep I need, because I don't sleep as well. And I said earlier, but I got a CPAP machine in November, and it's basically changed my life. Can you speak up, laddie? All right, so basically we're straight all the way to the same height that we did this, and then we're gonna go down. All right, let's see if I can do this. I feel like with this thing, every step that I take, every step you take is more difficult than the last. I do learn things every time, which is good. All right, so we're gonna need. What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? We need our 12/1. Is that twisted in line? Is this twist in line? Can't be close. It's gotta be bang on. Okay, how do I do this? All right, she put her phone away. She rolled over. Now the cat's gonna come wake her up in a couple hours. Cat from hell. Okay. One. It's the other way. It's the other way. I gotta get it to go straight down first. How do I get it to go straight down? How do I get it to go straight down, but also be rotated correctly? Rotate it back another 10 degrees. No. Going straight down is not too hard. You can do that by using a foundation. The problem with this is I'll show you. There's a twist. You run. If I run this beam out, versus this beam out. Now I know that they diverge vertically, and I don't care about that. What I care about is that they diverge horizontally. Well, F, Tucker. Those lines look bang on to me. And the reason is because by the time I get down to the bottom, it'll be warped. Like if this wasn't exact, by the time I get down to the bottom, it'll be like kinked out. Okay? But I feel better about using that now. Okay, great. That's the tool we're gonna use. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that now all I have to do, go 12 to 1 easily. In theory, I can run this all the way down. All right, but I have a problem, a different problem. Now that I see that, I don't like it. This angle is too sharp still. It needs to be over here. Maybe we just decide what we like. Do we just decide what we like? And then fit? I mean, that's way better. Right, so yes, there's a big gap here that will be filled in by this plate. So yeah, there's a big gap here that will be filled in by another plate. But let's, I think this is, I think we're good. Does though, maybe I can make, it's weird though, because each of these are different. Like, look how pointy that one is versus, you know, this one is also pointy, but like the angle where it stops being pointy and then comes out, see, it sort of still is traveling in a pointy direction. It's like still going to the right. It's just slightly more down. Whereas this one is like, goes all the way to the edge, and from the tip goes straight down, right? And that's also different from this one, which has a much, this is more like a 45-degree angle, right? This is like a right triangle, okay, with almost equal sides, right? Each one of these is different. This one kind of comes straight down as well. It's really interesting, and I'm not going to be able to precisely copy it, but it's not, I don't think it's meant to be symmetrical. And so if I'm not symmetrical, well, it's definitely not meant to be symmetrical. you know, me also being not symmetrical is, you know, I think it's a feature, not a bug. Is I guess where I'm going with that. It's more fun to watch people play VR and play VR than play VR. Use a catwalk? Use a catwalk. What would I use a catwalk for? Yeah, I would agree with that. A couple of my buddies have VR. I use my my Xbox Series X for basically two things. Well, mostly I bought it for Rock Band. It's pretty much, that's like 80% of what I use it for. Another 10% is Elden Ring, which I'm very bad at. And the other 10% is Rocket League, which I'm similarly bad at. I see these angles aren't perfect. It's fine. And then let's do the old foundation trick. My kids do enjoy watching me play Rocket League, and it looks really good on the big TV that I got. When I moved into the house, I got a new TV. I really love the TV, actually. I got, let me show you what I got. If you want to buy this TV because I told you about it, I'll take your Amazon link. What did I get? I got a U4, I think. Yeah. Is it a Q4? It's an LG. Wasn't the C4? Oh, it's a G4. Sorry. Yeah, it's LG G4. And I got the 77-inch. Yeah, that's the TV I got. It's already cheaper than it was when I bought it. There you go. $500 cheaper than it was when I got, but I got it on sale, so. But yeah, this G4 out in 2025. It's the first time I've ever bought a TV of the year that it came out. You know what I mean? Like it being new. First time I've ever done that. And it's the top of the line one for LG. It's the top of the line OLED. I've never done that ever, but I sort of chalk it up to my any bad behavior right now from like, I figure from like 35 to like 50, I'll just chalk it up to a midlife crisis. Yeah, no, the honey stuff is super weird. I'm glad I didn't like try to get into it. Yeah, no honey discounts. That's bigger than my first apartment. So the 77-inch, and they make a bigger one too. They make like an 85. It's shockingly big and basically doesn't fit on my wall. Like it barely fits on my wall. I don't regret it. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna finish this bit of Lagavulin I have in the bottom of my glass. Ooh, didn't quite finish it. I have another sip. But it was fun. It's really cool. And it's very, very bright. It looks really, really good. I really like playing, and I have an old 5.1. I have a Yamaha receiver, like the one that everybody has. It's very good. And I have Paradigm speakers that are weighty. They are substantial. I bought them 15 years ago. They sound effing amazing. They still sound amazing. That's some of those Paradigm speakers is one of the best purchases I ever made. They're so good. Yeah, those my set, I'm really happy with my setup. But yeah, I play Rocket League on it. It's pretty fun. Okay, guys, we have 7 panels done. Wow, that looks really cool. I'll make a YouTube short, which is this. This is look at the game. Look at this effing game, you guys. Ridiculous. Okay. We have one side to put in, or another way to look at this is I just finished this. We've been streaming it for 2 hours. It's gonna be 2 hours to do this panel. But to be fair, I did stop and spend a bunch of time chatting about other things. Angles were changed to protect the innocent. Yeah. So this is the last one we got to do. I think we're gonna have to remember we changed the angle. This was supposed to be 15. It's only 10. This one here gonna have to be the same. Instead of being 15, it'll have to be 10. But we'll work on that. How do we want this to work? Where do we want to start this? What portion of this is important to us? Oh, we got lost. I think it's the parallel nature to the line we just put in. You see how all the way up? Come on, bro. I'm trying to tilt my screen up. There we go. See how all the way up it's parallel? Perfectly parallel all the way up. That's the important part, I think. And then I think we're gonna go what angle is this? To itself. Well, it's 180 degrees minus $150 degrees. Except it's not minus 30 because we didn't do 15s. We did 10s. So it's minus 20. It's 160 degrees. It's 2 notches. 2 notches back. To get the difference between 108 and 120. So let's start it up here. Or the twist. What a twist! How wide are we gonna make that? that gap. Four meters. I gotta reset my view on that. There we go. Wider than that one. That gap right there. Looks like it's gonna be 8 meters. Wider than that. We did 4 and 4 on that, but they were at right angles. So the resulting gap between them is smaller. We're gonna have to do 8. There's 4. Well, actually, technically, this is 5. So if we do this, that helps handle it. So let's make it so that when we put a window in, it'll look really clean. It's like this. That's a good 8 right there. Carlimi, hello on YouTube. Welcome this fine evening to chat. In theory, we already have our angle. We'll parallel all the way up. When do we stop? Is it whiskey time? I've been drinking whiskey. It's past whiskey time. Just because you had a party doesn't mean, you know, we partied without you. Yeah, I'll refill. Here, last drink in the tumbler. Ooh. If you don't know, I'm drinking peated scotch, and it's my first bottle, and it's intense. And you know, if you've never tried it, I would suggest trying it. That was a wow. I'm sipping it neat, and it's something. It's something. All right, here we go. It's morning. Where do you live, Carlimi? Do you live in the UK or Germany? My guess is UK or Germany. Okay, here we go. Try again. That was a good one. That was a good one. Okay, we poured another amount, and we're gonna keep going here. Listen to me suffer. You really try this risky. Belgium. I welcome my European brethren to the channel. I'm an American, as you can tell. It is it's 11 p.m. in California. I live in Northern California. I'm very far away from the wildfires. It is a 7-hour drive from where I live to get to the wildfires. Even though we're in the same state, it's bigger than most countries in Europe. And Northern California is significantly different climate than down there. That LA is basically a desert. It's not basically a desert, it is a desert. You can hear the slosh? Nice. My microphone's really good. I have the what do I have? I have the one that every YouTuber has. Like, basically we all got together. It's a secret YouTuber meeting, and we were like, hey, we're all gonna use this mic, okay? And it is the SM7B. I'll show you. It's good. SM7B. Yeah, the Shure SM7B. This is it. This is what I have. The way I'm using this is I have this off, the foam, but I have a separate really nice pop filter. So a really good one. Which one do I have? This one. I have this one. With this, it's like foamy. Really interesting. It makes it so that it doesn't cut out. Well, it's actually not foamy, right? That foam cuts out some of the, it makes it more muffled. This is a much clearer pop filter sound than the foam. So I have the SM7B. Oh, yeah, here we go. With it off, which none of these. Oh, here we go. This is what my mic looks like. This is what it looks like underneath. So, because I have the thing off, and then I have that pop filter on in front of it. That's my setup. And then with Voice Meter Potato, I have some settings here. So I do have a tiny bit of reverb on there, and then I have a denoiser for noise that may happen that I don't want people to hear. And then I do have a gate, so when I'm typing, you can't hear it unless I'm typing while I'm talking, because then the gate's open, obviously. And then I have just a tiny bit of compression, not very much. And then on OBS itself, I have a limiter, so if I like yell or something, it won't kill you guys. But I don't have a limiter on that. So yeah, I'm glad that mic picked up the sound. Link in the description. No, actually, I don't know if I have if I have that in my. I do have a bunch of Amazon affiliate links in my. I have my computer, recording equipment. I have the audio interface. I do have a microphone here. Is this it? My wife put this together for me. She's smarter than I am in many ways. Oh no, I have my old mic in here. Oh crap, I have the old mic in here. I gotta change that. I had a shotgun mic for a while, and then I switched over to this SM7B, which is a lot better for voice. I actually switched over to that when 1.0 came out. I lived just south of Brussels in high school. Nice. Yeah, that's very big. Yeah. And by the way, I'm not even at like. Here, let me show you. I don't know why I'm doing such. We're doing side quests today. But we are apparently. We're doing side quests. Copy image. Mostly I'm just putting off. I don't need to save that. We're almost done here. That's what I said last time, and I should have saved it. Don't save. So here's California. Okay. Takes me 6 to 7 hours. I live up in this area, in the suburbs of Sacramento. I live somewhere in this circle, this red circle. Here's San Francisco. It takes 2 hours to drive from where I live, Sacramento, down to San Francisco. That's 2 hours. Let me do like yellow. Yellow's worse. There we go. Okay, it takes 2 hours to get to. I often have to do, drive in this area for work, but I could go anywhere in the state for work. Fresno is 3 hours. This is a 3-hour drive right here. It's 3 hours, and then it's basically another 3 hours, right? That's about halfway to get into the LA area. But once you get into LA, it's basically an hour to get anywhere, minimum. The fires are, I believe, in this area here. Well, there's several, okay? There's several fires, but one of the big ones is kind of like near Venice Beach, which is down there. So it takes basically like another hour, depending on traffic, to like do this very short drive. So that's why I say between 6 and 7 hours to get to the fires. And then technically like Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley right here. This is a separate valley than LA, but and then this is huge. This area is huge. And this is all desert. Like it really is a desert. I mean, look, the Mojave Desert is right here. This is part of it. There's hills and stuff. There's hills and mountains. Well, they're not really mountains. They're hills in here, right? But like, it's a desert. And San Bernardino County, this is all like one county right here. This is bigger than most. Like, I wonder, like, here, let's do this. I'll do square kilometers for you Europeans. Square kilometers of, I don't know why we're doing this instead of playing Satisfactory. Square kilometers of San Bernardino County. Okay, so here you go. San Bernardino County, 20,000 square. Oh, that's miles. I asked you for kilometers, AI. Why do you lie to me? Oh, I didn't actually. There we go. There we go. 52,000 square kilometers. All right. So now we're going to do square kilometers of Belgium. $31,000. County of San Bernardino is almost twice as big as the country of Belgium. And this is the desert. We go California, 424,000 square kilometers. Right, so this is how big it is. That's why it takes so long to get down there. And the reason I pulled up the map, I'll show you in a second. Here, I just want to do this. 424 divided by 31. 13 times bigger. And the reason that I wanted to show you this is that I say that I'm in Northern California, but I'm only here. Look how much more California there is. It's another 4 hours to go from where I live to the state line. 4 to 5. And then it's another like 3, basically 2 to 3 to get out of here. Right, so you're 3 hours there, you're 3 hours there, well, 4 hours there, and we'll call it another 2 hours there. So there's 5 plus 7 ish of driving. Right, so it's 10 to 12 hours basically to drive through California lengthwise. So that's why, And I get it and I appreciate it, right? Because a lot of people have messaged me and are like, oh, Ken, you say you're in California and the fire, even people, and this isn't like a dig on like people that live in a different country. Like I don't know how big Germany is, like intrinsically. Like I kind of have an idea, right? But like I don't know because I don't live there. And I don't expect people that live in Belgium or people that live in Europe to know how big my shit is. Right? Because I don't understand really the size over there because I don't live there. I've been there. I've been to Germany. I've been to, I did a tour. I went to Germany, the Czech Republic, Austria, and Budapest. I went to Prague and Budapest. I toured with a choir when I was in college. So I've been there, but like still, like you don't know. I don't live there. So this isn't a dig, right? This isn't like a, right? Because there's a lot of people in the United States that don't quite realize how big. I have family that lives in Kansas and they don't understand. They don't understand that this can't see the smoke from the fires down there. Right? Or like the Marines, their San Diego base is down here, right? And I remember when my cousin graduated from the Marines, the family from Kansas was like, hey, can you drive down and, meet us in like a couple hours? And we're like, no, this is a solid 8 hours from where we live to San Diego. Solid 8, assuming you don't get trapped in the cesspool that is Los Angeles traffic. Solid 8 hours to get to there, right? So, even people in the United States don't really know how big this is. And so like California, right? Basically this area right here. Ooh, I drew too big. Right here. Okay, in this area right here grows an insane amount of food. This is very, very, very different than this and then this, right? The Central Valley of California grows an incredible amount of food. Like you can look up and see how much food that we grow. Okay. This is desert. These are mountains, right? All of this is mountain area. Basically all of this. I should have changed colors, but all of that's mountain area, right? This is like Tahoe. This is right here. This is like Tahoe. This is skiing, right? These are mountains, like real actual mountains. It's no Alps, okay? It's no Rockies, but they're mountains and there are mountains, right? And then there's coastal hills and stuff over here. There's another valley. There's a valley, an additional valley right here that has very, very good growing. Napa Valley's in here as well for grapes. Like, have you ever heard of Napa Valley for wines? Again, it's not French wine. Okay, fine. But like Napa Valley for wines, this is very good wines. There's a lot of Oh, Turlock right here. They have a lot of cows. It always smells like shit when you drive through it. We call it Turd Lock. So there you go. There's some local lore from Central Valley, California. So, and this is, again, that's just one state in the United States. It is a big one, right? I think it's like number 3. Texas, Alaska are bigger. It's a big one, but it's just one. I would be totally fine with the whole, there was a whole like California should be 2 states. I'd be totally fine with it. Chop it like, they were going to chop it like right here. They were going to call this the state of Jefferson. These people up here are very different from these people. And all of those are very different from those people. And there's really barely no people in this. This is like, there's like lizards there. Oh, and these San Diego people, we don't even talk about them. Orange County. So anyway, all right, we're done with with geography with kin. I don't know why I decided to talk about that. Norway has a bunch of fjords. All right, and now I get catch up on chat a little bit. Check out for comparison the USA to the Roman Empire. Oh yeah, yeah. San Diego's super nice. I would live in San Diego. The food there is really good too. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk. It won't happen though. Splitting California into 2 states. It won't ever happen. Roots, nuts, and weed. Master Sean, this doesn't look like Satisfactory. I know, I'm sorry. It's all irrigated crops and cows. Yeah. Yeah, and like, I'm not gonna go down this other rabbit hole, but California's water system is unbelievably insane. Like, the complexity of California's water system is unbelievable. Like how many canals and dams. We have like 1,400 dams in the state of California, right? And like miles and miles and miles and miles of canals. We grow a lot. We grow a lot of food. And we fight over the water. It's really bad. And it's now political because of the fires. There's some nasty stuff dealing with the water. Gotcha, Corthel. Yeah. I'm reading you on Twitch and YouTube. The livable parts of Greenland, yeah. Sweden is 450. Germany is 360. Hey, Christian, how's it going? Most of Sweden is fjords. Can I just say fords? I probably can't. Is that very, very American? Just call them fords. Do I have to say fjords? I thought Coca-Cola and Nielsen owned all your water. So actually, it's you know who owns a lot of California's water? It's the people that make they make pistachios and pomegranates. Wonder something. It's a whole thing. I think Coca-Cola and some of those guys, I think they own water in other parts of the United States. Oh, whiskey. While listening to that geography class with Ken, I managed to solve a coding problem. Nice. Fjords. Oh, here's my favorite song of the mix. Okay, let's see if we can't actually do some Satisfactory, shall we? Look, it's a 12-hour stream, 11-hour stream tonight, so we're gonna, we'll get distracted from time to time. I think I want to cover up, yeah, right about here. Match this thing over there. We'll actually match it pretty much exactly. Now what? How does it match over there? Yeah, I would do entire streams just talking about like language differences and geography differences and cultural differences and like which words are swear words in Europe versus here, like I'm not gonna go down this rabbit hole again. I'm not gonna do another one, but it's always interesting to me is like what types of content are more frowned upon in Europe, right? So like sexual content in Europe is not nearly as frowned upon as like violent content, but it's the opposite here, right? Now it's not so much anymore, but like 20 years ago, right? When I was growing up, or 30 years ago, it was, you would see a lot more violent content very easily than sexual content, right? And I from what I know, again, I didn't grow up in Europe or in the UK, but it seemed like that may be the opposite. Those types of things really interest me, you know, because what it does to me in my mind, we grow up, and I do this, and I think everybody does this. Things like that shape how we think. It's not just like how we see the world. We're gonna have to do a pointy. It's not just how we see the world, but kind of how we think. And that always interests me, because there are things that it's like, how do I know that the color blue, that what I'm seeing, this color blue right here, is also the same color blue that you're seeing? How do I know that? I don't know. Obviously, we can recognize, oh, that's blue, and then we look at another color and we can both say, oh, that's also blue. But like, I don't know, it's kind of matrixy sort of like talk. Like, how do they know what chicken tastes like? How does a computer know what tuna tastes like? Like, how do I know that this is blue to you, that you're seeing the same thing, right? We don't really think about that, but there's things like that that happen in our culture that change the way we think about things. And I think that's interesting, especially among, like, we all speak, well, most of people listening to me speak English, right? Now, maybe it's your second language, but we all speak the same language. Many of us grew up as a first language speaking English, and yet we can think so differently about things, because not because we're different necessarily, just because the culture was different on the other side of the world or whatever. I think that that's super interesting. That's why I like to, you're gonna make me go have another bowl. That's is the blessed dude. I did that, the blue or white dress. I brought that up on a stream where I don't know if you're here for that. I actually really like that shit. I don't know, that's the kind of stuff that really interests me. Or like, because swear words are a perfect example of this, right? Because I could say a word that from the YouTube American company, I would, you know, I would get in trouble for. Not get in trouble, but like it would be demonetized, right? And some words are way worse than other words, right? Some words have cultural significance to them that you can't say them, or you get, you know, basically canceled, right? Because they mean certain things. But there's other words that mean different things in different languages or in different cultures that if I were to say the same things, they mean something else. Like, I don't know. I think that that's interesting to me. It's just a word, right? There, but what does it mean, like, when you say it, I guess? Or the C word, right? Like, so when I was raid leading Guild Wars 2, I talked about this last couple streams ago. We have to figure out how to get this point in here. What I really am worried about is this relationship between these two. Not parallel exactly, but like, oh, it is in this sense. Nice, that matches. All right, we'll have to work on that. But like, I would raid lead PvP, and I'd have people from all over the world in one voice channel, right? You guys can all listen to me, but what you say, I can't hear, and not everybody else can hear. But imagine all, like, what, there's 75 people watching right now, between 70 people watching between both YouTube and Twitch, right? Imagine we're all on the same Discord channel, or right, we're all chatting and we're all hanging out, and maybe some of us, English is our second language, and we don't speak it as well, and maybe other people are from Australia, right? or New Zealand, and maybe somebody says a word that is very common to them. Uber Troll, is this still a Satisfactory stream? Yeah. But other people take it very differently, right? And so I had to like deal with the fact that somebody may say the C word in a friendly way, but somebody else hears it much differently. All right, so we got to figure out how to do this. We're gonna run it parallel, but then does it just run parallel? It does. We're gonna have it run parallel. We'll run it parallel with a gap, and we'll do the same gap. I talk about things that are interesting to me, you know. Should we try it and see what happens? What, put us all in the same channel? All right, so let's run it parallel again. We're gonna go maybe this way. Two out. And then should we... What am I gonna build inside the shard? I'm gonna build a factory. I'm gonna build a basics factory. This is actually our smallest factory. And I did that because there's the least amount of surface area inside this very pointy building. Right? There's actually very little surface area to make a factory in here. So I put the smallest one in there. I'm still not clear. Can I call you the C word or not? If we were in a private Discord channel and we were hanging out, it wouldn't bother me, no. But should you say that in Twitch chat? Probably not. I would rather you call me, I would rather you use what is considered quote unquote bad language, but while we're hanging out, then you say something to try to hurt my feelings or to hurt me if you didn't use bad language. Does that make sense? It's not really the bad language to me, it's the intent, but I understand. And I would say the same thing about other words that can get you in trouble. This is a very complex building for a basics factory. Yeah, no, that's for sure. All right, I think I know what I want to do here. But yeah, this is the smallest interior space we're gonna have for any of our factories. I think I know what I want to do. I think I want it to be basically ooh, we need to put a twist in. Dang it. What a twist. I forgot the twist. I put this whole thing in. Maybe I wasn't talking about. We gotta kind of start this over. And we're gonna delete this. Sorry. Maybe I wasn't thinking about other things. I would have gotten it right. I forgot the twist. Remember we were gonna do 20 degrees, which is two spins. That'd be the 7 words. I can't remember what those 7 words are. Let me look them up, not where you can see. You can say 2 of those right now. I've said one on the channel. I said it today already. So there's the 7 words, 7 dirty words from George Carlin. There's 2 that I could say right now. The other 5, there's one that's maybe borderline. The other 4 are definitely words I probably shouldn't say. All right. I'll let you try to figure out what I think the borderline one is, but I'm not going to tell you. Okay, so we need to do the whole thing with boop. No, wrong way. Boop, boop. That twist. Whole thing. And this twist is important. What a twist. Xbox is, are you gonna do other skyscrapers? Yes. So I've already got these two. The other skyscrapers I'm planning on doing, I'm gonna do this one. This is the Mercury building in Moscow. This is gonna be the, I can't remember. Aluminum? Yeah, this is gonna be the aluminum building. I miss Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald was my favorite of comedians that have passed. Well, and Chris Farley, but that's because I'm a big fat guy like Chris Farley. The Chippendales, Chris Farley with what's his face is so freaking funny, and I love that. No, that's the other one that I would say. I could say that. I could go take one of those right now with all this whiskey that I'm drinking and Red Bulls. All right, so this is the computer. No, this is the aluminum factory. This will be way easier to make than this crap we've been making today. This one is, well, that's a bad picture though. There we go. This one's gonna be the computer factory. Very easy. A slight angle, okay, but very, very easy. This will be the computer factory. The hard one is gonna be this one. I want to make this the heavy modular frame / steel factory. Where's another picture? There we go. Here's another picture. It's twist. Patrick Swayze. That's the name that was fleeing my brain. Yeah, this is gonna be hard. And then I have them all mapped out. We go to city map and we zoom way the F out. Here's my city map. Each of these squares is a foundation. And so everything is planned. We're working on this right here. This is the shard. This is the basics factory. It's gonna be right here. Aluminum factory. This is gonna be the Mercury building. How it's kind of rectangular. It's rectangular for a reason, because the Mercury building is sort of has a rectangular base, right? It's kind of longer than it is wide. And then the heavy modular frames factory, you know, it's a big screw. These are also require a lot more buildings in the factory design, and these have all been planned as well. So this is the basics factory, right? But we plan the heavy modular frames factory, right? We're going to be making 22.5 heavy modular frames per minute, 115 motors per minute, etc. Fused modular frames. This is really the aluminum plant. We're just doing the fused modular frames in there with them. Okay. And these will share and interconnect with each other. See, look, we're importing 255 circuit boards to make the radio control system, right? And we're inputting 10.5 modular frames per minute to make the 10.5 fused modular frames per minute, right? So as big as this is, tons of shit is getting, like 85 motors, right? The motors are getting made somewhere else and they're getting shipped. And so the idea is that all four of these work together, and there'll be trucks driving along the roads, passing materials between them. And then in here, I want to do a gas station where they can refuel. This is where they're going to get their fuel. So the extra space, and it's all planned out. It's all laid out. I've got some of the roads down here. This is the screw. This is the Mercury building. This is the computer one that's mostly square with a little bit of a ridge. this area right here is a little bit of a wider road where they can pull in and get gas. All right, both of these will connect. Both of these roads, there'll be a road here, here, and there, and all three will, and this road and this road will connect to the highways. I'm thinking of like an overpass system. See if I can build an overpass system. Maybe not here because of the, maybe we'll do an overpass over there. I don't know. I'm still haven't decided on that. But yes, who asked that? Xbox. Are you gonna build other skyscrapers? Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Like Satisfactory, the game I'm gonna play after this, after we complete this city, I think it will allow it will have bursts. Come on, let's try this again. Bursts, barely better, of action, but in reality, a lot of the time it's gonna be like this in Satisfactory, where it's just a chill stream, you know. And we can talk about things like, you know, geography, or why New Zealanders like to say the C word more than Americans do. All right, so what do we decide? We're gonna go out to and then 10% twist. This isn't going to be right. I think what we really need to do, how do we do this? How do we do this? Pretty parallel. Those are close. They're not exactly parallel. They're very close though. Very close. Shockingly close, actually. What if we did this? Nope. This. How do we maintain I wonder if there's a way to do this. It's really a rotation issue. The angle of these pillars in both dimensions are good. It's just how they relate to each other how they face each other. Build a freeform beam between the two. Yes, it's some version of that. I agree completely. Sorry, one of my chat windows is deciding to take a dump on me. It's not pretty. All right, last drink of Lagavulin probably for me for the evening. Then I'm gonna switch to my iced tea, and then when I run out of the iced tea, I'll switch to water. Okay, there was 2 drinks left. I have another one still. Wow. So I agree, a freeform beam between the two would solve the fact that these don't exactly match up. But what I want to do is get... we lose... What I want to do is do a custom twist of this so that the face of this one is parallel to the face of this one, but that their angles stay the same. And in a perfect world, that's what I would like. Are we gonna see that perfect world tonight? Well, probably not. Wow, look at that. All right, that's a winner. It's a little wider than I wanted here, but it'll be fine. It's a little wider than I initially wanted, but I would rather have this. Having said that, we have to retwist this again. Yeah. This is the money. Money. I've learned so much about building these last 2 nights trying to do this project. Glug glug. Okay, how do I know it's blue is making me go outside and it's cold out here? And by go outside, you mean you are imbibing certain certain things that may or may not be illegal in states and or countries. Certain states and or countries. Yeah, it's probably, I have my window open. It's very mild. It's as usual in California in the winter. Close enough for government work? It's very close. Even for government work. Even for not government work, it's pretty close. All right, 2 more. Okay, feeling good. I like this. So I was really worried about kind of getting these 2 ends to line up. Imagine like trying to like wrap, you know, a jar with a single piece of paper, and you wanted the ends to line up exactly perfectly, like a single wrapping paper, you know? But oh, that jar isn't perfectly cylindrical. It's effing pointed at the top. Oh, and it's not square. It looks like, you know, looks like this. This is your paper. Oh, and you don't have 1 piece of paper, you have 8 pieces of paper. And I'm trying to make sure that, you know, so I'm going in this direction, and relativistically, I can sort of base, you know, number 2 off of where I placed number 1, and number 3 off where I placed number 2, and so forth. But now I've gotten back around, and number 8 is having to line up with number 1. That's... Look at this. This is stupid. Who decided that we do this? It's a very bad choice. Whoever made the decision, poor planning, poor decision making, and now I'm lost. Okay, right here. All right, so I'm gonna put this all the way down, and then I'm gonna come back up and do the point. What's my job? So I have an economics degree. I've been working. I used to flip houses. I still have I'm a realtor. I have a real estate license. But what I do for a living right now, I write very, very boring math reports for the government. For school districts, which are a local government, right? Not the like federal government, but for school districts. And their government reports, they're boring. If you ever need to go to sleep, I could give you one of my reports. It takes me between 1 to 2 weeks to write one, ish. And yeah, they provide a specific purpose. They're required by law in the state of California to collect a specific type of fee, and that fee has to be justified. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting if you like math. Everyone's different, you know. Each report is different. We should probably do the same thing here. And so in that sense, it is, it's interesting, but I've always wanted to do so much, you know, so many different types of things that I've been 10 years in the job that I'm in now, and I love it. It's a great job. I wouldn't want to work for any other person than the people that I work for. They've been, ew. What do we do? It needs to continue going that. Ooh, is this the same problem with this? No, this one can go straight down. But at the same time, there are other things that I do want to do with my life. And, I've really enjoyed this live streaming stuff, and more than I thought I would. You know, I mean, it's not really because of Satisfactory, right? It's because of all the other stuff. I love the fact that, like, It's so crazy to me that some random guy in Belgium is listening to me talk. People that I in my life don't understand. Like they don't get it. And I don't even get it. I don't blame them. All right, what are we gonna do here? I need to change this. I need to straighten this in one direction, right? So this pillar right here is angled in two ways. Okay, it's angled from this perspective, right? It's not straight up and down, but it's also angled in this perspective as well. It's tilted to the right. So if we look here, it's tilted to the left. And when we spin 90 degrees, it's tilted to the right. So if we look up it, it's tilted on the diagonal. What I need to do at this point is make it so that it's still tilted in one of them, but not in the other. How old am I? I'm almost 41. I have 5 kids. My oldest daughter just started high school this year. She's 14. My youngest is 3, also daughter. 4 girls, 1 boy. The boy is 5 years old and a pain in my ass. But, you know, he's the boy. Last of the whiskey. Woo! For this evening, I'm drinking Lagavulin. My first real peated whiskey. Okay, leaving off to watch some of your YouTube videos. All right, Xbox. Hey, if you haven't seen it, check out what 878 hours of Satisfactory looks like. Yeah, is the angle 12-1? You could use the beam trick again. I think I'm gonna have to, Flem. That's my plan. I don't know. It may work. It might work. We're gonna try it. But Xbox, check out 878 hours of Satisfactory. That's my final video for my Update 8 playthrough. I did a Star Wars theme. So, yeah. You know what the dream would be? If you guys are familiar with Pirate Software, he's been having a couple of rough weeks. And that's a whole nother story. But in general, his content style, right, is he's a sort of wizened older man that can give good life advice, but he also focuses on like developer work, like game development or just programming in general. You know, the dream for me would be sort of similar in like an older streamer that has been around and can give advice and stuff like that, but instead of focusing on like more of development stuff, family, leadership, stuff like that, I think would really interest me. Okay, so I want to get rid of this lean, but not. Okay, let's get rid of this one first. I think that'd be cool. That's probably what I go to, right? Something like that would be, I think, it'd be a lot of fun too. All right, so this should go down and should be even. Okay, nice. Hey, Mad Demon, how's it going? Mad Demon, are you typically a Factorio viewer? Mad Demon joined me last night in Factorio. And I can't remember, Mad Demon, if you had joined me prior to last night. Pale Owl, that video is why I'm here. Amazing video. Oh, thanks. Here, let me link it. I was gonna link it anyway, and then you went on, and then you went and said that's an amazing video. And so how do I not link it now? That video is why I'm here. It's really important also for me to know that. I really appreciate knowing that. Like, what brings the boys to the yard? Because it's not my milkshake. Yeah, you joined me last night for the first time. So YouTube and Twitch, you can watch this video. This is the video that summed up my entire year of playing year plus. Playing Satisfactory Update 8. That's as far as we got. There were more things I wanted to do we didn't get to, partially because we ran out of time because 1.0 hit, but also because the engine could no more handle what I wanted to do. You can see in that video I hit it really well. I cheated a lot, but it's very jumpy sometimes. There's a really low frame rate sometimes in that video footage that I just linked because you know, the update 8 engine, they just couldn't handle all of the shit that I built in the game. And not all of it was a good use of resources either. Most of it was little tiny lights that nobody ever saw. It's really stupid. Okay. So we want to continue the right lean, but end the lean from this direction. So what if it were to move everything over 4 meters? Should be here. And then we were to go, we want the right lean in. So we go default down 12, and then over 1 way. Freeform. That looks parallel to me. Or very, very close. Okay. All right. Then we bring it back over. Ooh. Sometimes, as high of an opinion of myself that I have, sometimes I shock even myself. Okay, so we're now straight up and down here, which matches this over here, right? This one and that one match, but we continue this way to have the same lean. See, as we come down, we're matching this other side. It's not perfect, and actually look at it, it blends in, which I think is actually really sick. That's actually super sick. I like it a lot. And I do have I think a surprise for us here in a second. But let's finish. We gotta finish the tip. I've pondered the blue under the influence of the wisdom herb and concluded it's the same as does the sounds coming out of your mouth sound the same as me to you. Sounds. Let me think if that's the same. Mad Demon, I play both Satisfactory and Factorio. Started with Factorio, but have more hours than Satisfactory. Play and watch. Nice. Okay, cool. So this isn't like your first Satisfactory exposure. Tom G, the master at work again. Well, we'll see about that. Okay, sooner. Hold on, let me think. Let me ponder for a second. No, I don't think so. I don't know if I agree. And here's why. The view of the color blue. I might be swinging back. It's a sensory interpretation of a frequency of light, right? So how do I know that I'm sensing something the same way that you are? But I hear what you're saying, that speech also is sensory. And so how do you know that what I'm saying? Okay. All right. I agree with you more than I disagree with you. I'll say that. Okay, we need a point on this thing. We need to put a tip on it. Just a tip. I like it. Makes sense. All right, here's our tip. Want a tip? Here's the tip. Lose the tie. What do we think? Do we like 45 degrees for this one? No. It's hard to... we'll go 2 to 1. Twice as high as it is tall. Twice as tall as it is wide. Yeah, 60, 2 to 1. I agree, Mad Demon. 30, yeah, 30, 60, 90. Yeah, Christian agrees. YouTube and Twitch are in agreement. We'll go 30, 60, 90. I like it. Seems like something an architect would do. And that means that the height is twice as tall as the base, right? Yeah, the ratio of 2 to 1, which is 30 to 60. Yeah. Interior angles of triangles add up to 180, and you got a 90 degree. Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. Okay. Where do we start it, though? Maybe a little high, or maybe a little high. I was gonna make it kind of match up with that. Make the point go above it, though. Okay. So that means let's measure the... I don't like that. Nope. Don't like that. What if we do a little something? This. Yes. Yeesh. That was two American Office references, one sentence apart from each other. We're gonna call that 16 meters there. You can see the measurement, 15.923. That sounds like 16 to me. And so that means that if we're gonna go to 2 to 1, which is also really nice because that 16 is perfectly divisible by 4. Thank you very much. And so that means that we're gonna go 32 meters higher on the tall side, because that'll be 2 to 1 of the base width distance. So 32, and these metal pillars are 4 meters tall. So 32 divided by 4 is 8. And so we have to go 8 up to make our point. Which side is it? It's the side to the right. So eight. Now we'll freeform beam trick. Go center here. And right there. Did a little rotation there. All right, now let's clean up the ends. A little something like a little something like that. Yeah, I'll take it. Let me do this one a little slower so you guys can see. So what I need to do to make this work is I need to change where the small pillar ends, because right there it kind of looks stupid, right? So instead I'm gonna bring it up and I'm gonna make it end where it looks nicer. Now if you look here, if you hold control, if you don't hold control, you can only snap in the middle. But if you hold control, you can actually slide this in 1/2 meter, not 1 meter, 1/2 meter increments. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I see your joke, Flamballer, and it is funny. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a point at which to precisely begin the pillar construction where I want it to. And so to do that, I'm gonna take right here. All right, and you see if I were to continue this line is very close to meeting the edge of this one. Oh, I messed it up. Okay, see? So when we build it, now if I continue it, you know, it's not perfect, but it's very close. So then what I can do, if I can delete that, I can build this there. I can use this as a reference point to meet this small pillar to butt it up against there. And then I put this back and I delete those. There you go. You know, now there's an argument to be made. Maybe and let's make that argument. What if instead I line it up off of the back point? Maybe there. What does this look like? Oh, it's very similar. Could have even gone one more. At a certain point, though, you know, we are a bit rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. You know, I mean, that looks good too, right? Either way, that's how you know, these are not, you know, these sort of clip into each other so that's shorter than the opposite, than what it would have been. Tom G, so where did that 3D model come from? Please, the internets. So this is, this lives on Sketchfab. Somebody named Neuralam 018 designed it. They say originally created with 3ds Max 2015, rendered with Mental Ray. The file includes light and render setups. Poly counts are down there as well. So somebody made this and then imported it into Sketchfab, it looks like. So I did not design this. This is a 3D model of what is a real building in London. A viewer didn't find this for me. I found this, but a viewer did find some of my viewers last week did find some cross sectionals, and some of them, a couple people, one person, I can't remember who, I feel really bad, did a couple of renders from this model that were helpful as well. But there's some cross sectional stuff that also helped. I think this point is in. Somebody was saying maybe we should snip the tip here to make it match. Sure, we can do that. What am I trying to do? Trying to build that one. This is done up here, you guys. We have the framework in. We have all the framework in. It took... What? How long was the last stream? What was last week's stream? Did I do 10 or 11 or 12? I can't remember. 11. 11 plus 3. We'll call it 3 hours. I spent 24 minutes on a... tangent, but we'll call it 14 hours to put this in. It's ridiculous, but it's really cool. So here's the deal. Here's the thing that I was thinking. I was not planning on making these buildings but now I'm thinking I might. Some of the notes in this song sound like Little Drummer Boy. Oh, it's probably the earlier song. I'll keep an ear out for that. Matt Demon, I love the freedom of building that Coffee Stain Studio gave us in Satisfactory. Yeah, you kind of have to go down a rabbit hole of using specific tools. Basically, the painted beam and these pillars are the two most versatile tools for you. What do we think? I kind of want to. Now we have the road right here, but we also need to build our little skirt. Okay. What if so we have our skirt here that we're gonna build. Okay, we'll do some exposed pillars. We'll chop it off. We'll do a wall inside, you know, interior. We'll have a big open area for maybe we'll just have everything open and just have exposed pillars. We'll do something cool with the lighting, but we'll definitely need some space for the garage to get in. This is all going to be a giant garage at the bottom, but I'm thinking maybe you ever see those let me see if I can find something real quick. Walgreens above Freeway and Reno. Breckenridge, the Walgreens atop the I-80 freeway. Look at this. Okay, so here's a freeway, and they built a building on the freeway. You can go in there and shop and stand in there. It's always blew me away. Is this common in like anywhere else? Has anybody seen any of that? Is this like in Europe? You guys are like, oh, we do that shit all the time. Like, it's not a tunnel. Like, I get, like, if it was a tunnel, it's not. It's like an overpass, and they built a building on top of it. I was wondering, maybe we build our building out. The only problem is we have this building over here. We could go out a little. You could definitely go out over the sidewalk. Sidewalk's here. We could even go out partway, maybe. First time chat from Raider. Wow, FTRW is running with a party of 48 on Twitch. Odium, thank you for the follow. Weather the Shard. In a world where weather meets industry, construction faces the ultimate challenge. Brace yourself for an epic Satisfactory showdown. This summer, we're bringing Storm to the Shard. Your raid message is sounds more epic than my actual live stream description. Christian, you have some in Sweden? Nice. I've seen some travel centers, mini malls like that. Odium, high construction. Hey guys, so we just finished a major project. Well, we didn't finish the project. We finished a major step in the project. So I'm trying to make the building, the Shard, inside Satisfactory. And if you don't know what it looks like this. It's in London. I'm trying to make an entire city in Satisfactory, of which this is one building. This is one factory. Wasn't London Bridge like that with shops and other counters, and that's the one that fell down? Maybe, Mad. Maybe, yeah. You can thank Frosty Tools for bot for that one. So the bot came up with that? I wonder why I did the weather. Weather meets industry. It's so weird. Yeah. Okay. So we're trying to make this. Right? This is actually pretty thin. I was talking about whether or not I want to build this little outcropping, and I think I do. The problem is, though, it's kind of above our road. Hence why I was talking about building a portion of a building over a road. Sounds like it's pretty common. It wasn't common where I grew up. Of course, that's Reno. That's only 2 hours from me, and I saw that there. It was always really interesting to me, that Walgreens above the freeway. And so maybe we can do that here. That's kind of what I was discussing. Yep, we've been talking about snow during the stream. Well, we were talking about weather in a way. We were talking about the fires in LA. because I've mentioned on stream how I live in California, and many people don't realize in the United States, or especially in other countries, how far away it's possible to be from those fires, yet still be in California. I live in Northern California, so I'm very far away. So if you're new here, this is what I've got so far. This is my 2 buildings of my city thus far. This is my, on the left, we have the central storage building. This is the center of my city. Think maybe like the building, Wayne Tower in the first Christian Bale. Remember how like all the light rail and stuff, not light rail, but whatever their monorail system that they had, it all kind of, and all of the plumbing and like everything was kind of pointing towards that building at the center. That's kind of what's happening here. Hey, how's it going? Flesh Winge. There's no way I can say your name. So that's kind of what I'm going for with this center city. Okay, we have a freeway here. This is a very planned city. Freeway here, 4 freeways, 1 on each side. These are all blueprinted, so we can build them easily, repeat them easily. They have wires built into them. We have different lighting. We'll be able to change these colors if we don't like them. I'm going for a cyberpunk city, and I'm using this purple and this teal as my main points. This is going to be the shard, right? That part. We have foundations laid out for other buildings. Okay, everything's spaced out. This is 10. Well, I think it's 8 foundations between. Oh, I gotta filter. Oh, there's the 10. Yeah, there's the 10. So there's the 10 space for the road. But the road blueprints take up, this is the 8. The road blueprints take up 8. So here's my road blueprint. You know, I made a little sort of futuristic floating light above the center. I don't know exactly how this intersection is going to come together. I'll figure that out later. I just wanted to plot it out this early to make sure that I was building stuff appropriately. This is, I kind of did do the entrance. This is kind of the entrance here into our shard building. But there's another building there. I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, we just had a raid. We have 55 viewers on Twitch and 46 on YouTube. So I definitely want to do a quick tour on this. One thing that I want to show you too is that I did plan on, and we just finished we're at a point where I need to think a little bit about my next step, and I can sort of subconsciously think a little bit about what I want to do while I do the tour. I need a second to kind of figure it out, but I've already planned this out. This is Excel. Thank you for the follows, you guys. Hey, Frucci just followed. Frucci, are you here? Welcome, Frucci. I raid Frucci from time to time. So I planned out this city. Each of these cells represent a foundation. Frucci. So I've got them all planned out. So I know my blueprint roads, they take up 10 foundations, right? And so I've got this sort of planned out. And then I also know what buildings I'm going to do for these. I've also planned each of these factories themselves. I love your videos. Can you do a world tour? I'm doing one right now, B-dubs. So, are any of us really here? Yeah, I know. Well, it's 12:30 in the morning my time, so are we really here? So I've planned out these 4 factories. There are these 4 at the end. So this is sort of the basics factory. He mostly builds basic items and not too many of them, except for 3700 wire. which there's reasons for that. This is the one that's actually in the shard. This is one we're working on right now. This is the building that I'm trying to design it to look like. I will put those purple and blue highlights on them to kind of make them look cyberpunk. The overall feel of the city is I kind of want something like this, but I want to use real world buildings to do it. Simrian, hey, how's it going? You've been into the shard twice, stayed overnight in it, and eaten in the restaurants and been to the top. Amazing building. I would definitely, I've never been to London. I've been to Germany, Austria, Prague, and Budapest, but I've never been to the United Kingdom. I really want to go. But you know, if you guys up the amount of you know, maybe I'll make a YouTube video going and visiting the shard. You know, I'm gonna need more gifted subs though. I'm just kidding. Please don't do that. I'm just kidding. Please do not do that. But anyway, this is the overall feel for this. I'll do some I'll do some of the lines on the shard there. This is a 3D render that I've been using to help me. I didn't make this. This is not me. But I've been using this to help me design it. So that's the shard that goes in this spot here, and it looks like this in game. Okay, so I want to talk about these other buildings really quickly, what the plan is. So computer factory, aluminum factory, heavy modular frame factory. So the computer factory is actually going to be pretty straightforward. I want to do the John Hancock building. This is the one in Chicago. Boston has one too, but it looks different. It's called the John Hancock building. I'm thinking basically pillory, right? A little thin, you know, kind of rectangular. And then I'll probably build these 2 points up top here. Let me zoom in. These 2 points up top here, I'll probably do the, you know, those radar towers that we have in Satisfactory. I'll probably do those. I'll probably make this design with pillars or something. I think I can do this. There's a bit of a angle on these outer edges. I think these other two are flat. I think the faces are flat, but the edges are angled at the angling in as you go up. So this is going to be the very simple compared to what I just did. This is going to be the computer factory, and it's going to go there on the map, and it's going to go there in the game. Okay, next, heavy modular, or I'll save this for last. Aluminum factory. Oh, and then the plan. This is the shard plan. This is the computer plan. So 270 per minute circuit boards, 10 computers per minute, 12 high-speed connectors per minute. This crystal oscillator is actually kind of a big amount. This is the big ask in this is 36 per minute crystal oscillators. The rest of this, so there's the plan for that factory. All right, so I'm showing you kind of 4 things, right? Like what it looks like on my map, what the plan is of the factory we're going to build inside of it, what the picture is of the real life building that I'm going to plan on doing, and then what it looks like in the game, right? So it's kind of what I'm trying to show you guys here. And then next, let's do aluminum. So aluminum factory. This one's more rectangular, and I'll tell you why in a second. Yeah, aluminum. I don't know. Aluminum? Well, it's this thing in the game that the people from Sweden named aluminum. You know? Do you see what that says? Can you read that? I don't know. Some of you may have a hard time seeing. What does that say? A L U M I N U M. Aluminum. That's what it says. So I'm just reading what it says. It's an aluminum factory. I don't know what to tell you. Are you building an Avengers tower? No, but I kind of want to. FTRW. Aluminium. Oh, those crazy Swedes. They spelled it the way the USA say it. This is how we spell it too. You guys, bunch of Europeans come in here and they start being rowdy. Okay. Aluminum and aluminium are both the correct names for the same chemical element. We're both right. But I'm more right. Okay, Sooner, you can build your shard out of Legos. Don't choke on the pieces. $5. Thank you for the super chat on YouTube. I appreciate it. You skipped. I didn't skip nothing, Christian. I didn't skip nothing. I read it the way that it's in the game. See, you guys derailed my tour. My aluminum factory. I'll go, maybe I'll go, what is it? ASMR on aluminum. Aluminum. My aluminum factory is rectangular in shape, and I'll show you why. Here's the plan for my aluminum factory. We're gonna go with we're gonna build fuse modular frames in here, as well as my all-clad aluminum sheets and aluminum casing, 127 and 195 respectively. So this isn't particularly large, especially since the fuse modular frames, we're actually going to port those in from the other factory, from the heavy modular frames factory. And by port them in, I mean use a truck to drive on those roads to go from one factory to the other. But here's the plan. Not particularly large, which is good, because what I want to do is I want to use the Mercury building in Moscow for the aluminum factory. All right, so that's why it's rectangular, because the footprint for this isn't as square as like the shard was. Kin has it in US English, that's all. Sulfur instead of sulfur. Well, yeah, but those you say the same, right? D-Bubs, welcome to the stream. Yeah. How pissed would people be if he called some of the products aluminum and some of them aluminium? Hey, I just read it the way it is in the game, all right? So this is the Mercury Tower in Moscow. This is, I think, still going to be substantially easier than the shard that we're building right now. The next one, oh, and in game, it's going to go right here. And it won't be orange, just yellow. I'll make it purpley and teal. Right, so I'll change the color. All right, last and most difficult, a little bit bigger floor plan than I left for the shard. This one is our largest factory. And did you add? Yes, we're gonna talk about that. This, Odium, you got it. This is Nakatomi Plaza. We're gonna do a little tour here in a second. Right now I'm going through the plan. We're on the last building. This is gonna be the heavy modular frame slash steel factory, and it in the map. It's right here. We're sort of floating right here, looking at the heavy modular frame factory, and then the plan is here. 22.5 heavy modular frames, right? That's a little bit. Yeah, this is a bit of a beefcake factory. Okay, if you look at the hold on. All right, we're okay. My live stream computer gave me a warning, but it was not one that matters. 170 assemblers, 130 foundries, really only 8 manufacturers. But those 170 assemblers and foundries aren't small. Those are going to add up, right? So I made the floor plan a bit bigger. to help us out a little bit. But the outside, what I want to do for this one, and this one's probably going to be harder than the Shard in a way, is I want to do with this building right here. So this is the Wyndham Manama. Wyndham Grand Manama. Where is the Wyndham Grand? Actually, I'm not 100% sure. Is that a place? Bahrain? I don't know how to say that. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it poorly. So that is a city. Where is that? Okay. Persian Gulf. It's very cool. So I'm going for that. So we look on the map. I've got these 4 buildings. I got one in Chicago, one in London, one in the Middle East, and one in Moscow. I'm not 100% sure where Moscow. Oh, right there. One in Moscow. So there you go. So those are the 4 that I'm going for. I figured this did look like, you know, something over by like, you know, like Dubai or whatever, which is it is close-ish. Very flat water. But there you go. So I think this looks like a giant drill bit, so I'm gonna try to do that. Dude, that's my house. Doxed. Yeah. So there you go. That's the plan of these 4 factories. They all work together. They're gonna sort of import, export out. In general, that's what we're gonna be using these roads for. There's an extra space here. Isn't that building rotating? I don't know. Does that building rotate in real life? Because that would be even more insane. There is a building, the top of the building in LA. There is a building in LA that rotates. Building that rotates in LA. Westin Bonaventure Hotel. The LA Prime Steakhouse is located at the top floor of the Westin Bonaventure Hotel. The restaurant has a rotating floor. I've eaten at this restaurant. It's really cool. So when you sit and eat, you can see the whole city. All right, so that's the Western, what's this called? The Westin Bonaventure Hotel. Okay, and then what hotel was True Lies filmed in? Is it the same one? Yep, I thought it was the same one. So the Westin Bonaventure Hotel and Suites. So the same building that has the rotating building on top, it was, True Lies was filmed in it. So have you ever seen that movie, Arnold movie? It's an awesome movie, by the way. It's like classic 90s Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. The scene where he's on a horse chasing the guy on the motorcycle, it happened in the lobby. I've stayed at this hotel. I walked through it. It's really, really cool. There's signs all over the place about the movie. And then we ate at that restaurant at the top that rotates, which is also really cool. So if you sit at in one of the windows, yeah, here he is. If you sit at one of the windows, you can see the whole city, like over the course of an hour. It rotates around or something like that. Your Sydney Tower is a rotating restaurant. Nice. And to clear the tables, they just spin the room really fast. You think every floor in that Bahrain building is rotating? Wow. Maybe they're just drunk. You used to have one of those there in Oklahoma City. The H in it's pronounced a G, so it's Bahrain. Bahrain. Is it Bahrain? Something like that. I'm sorry. I probably sound like an idiot, but I mean, I'm an American. What are you gonna do? Okay, so that's the plan. Guys, right when you guys raided, I was gonna take a second. I have to run to the restroom. I'm sorry. Here, I'll leave you this. I'll be right back. We're gonna tour both these buildings and what's underground. I just need a second. I'm sorry. No. Okay. We're locked and loaded. Well, actually unloaded. Fun bar. I don't have a spinning restaurant, so I drink heavily to get the same feeling. There's a rotating restaurant in Amsterdam too. That's cool. Okay. So continuing our theme with discussing action movies, American action movies in the 90s. Let's go through the Fixmas factory. So I did this is my submission for Coffee Stain Studios Fixmas contest. Now they just turned off. Oh, they're still they're not out of juice. So I'm not exactly 100% sure what's happening here. Have we been inside the right tower? We haven't been inside either of them yet. I'm going to show off both towers right now. By the way, also, while we watch these snowmen desecrate those candy canes, let me grab a link. So I actually made a Fixmas factory tour video. Hey, do you guys just want to watch it on the stream? Let's just watch it. Let's watch my own video on the stream. This section of the video has been brought to you by me. I'm going to post a link in both chats. And then let's do it in this browser here because that one doesn't have ads. All right, let's see how our volume is too. Wait, sorry. Hold on. Start over. I ruined my own entrance. Here we go. No correspondence from Coffee Stain on my build yet, no. You saw me recording this video and editing it, super cool. Yeah, I think it turned out really well. Thank you, Christian. What do you guys think they're summoning? I should have played this when I hit the restroom. I was given a lot of really good ideas from this community.
Interrupting previous message for higher priority message. Does it satisfy you to spend your days chasing gifts?
Yes.
Does it feel like an achievement, so joyfully neglecting our mission?
Yes.
Do you think your tree is pretty enough for you to deserve humanity's forgiveness?
Yes. Phlegm. I can't repeat half of what you say. The presents are shut down.
The Fixmas tree stands as a monument to inefficiency. For what is Fixmas if not an insult to productivity? A seasonal event where joy is manufactured, constructed, assembled. Completing your Fixmas tasks will not result in a tangible reward, but you will be gifted the eventual knowledge that all this time could have been used to achieve true, meaningful contribution.
They're summoning Bruce Willis? Yeah, they are. None of this factory is going to actually be working right now, which is kind of why I figured I'd show you guys what it looked like when it was working. Plus, I'm going to be honest with you. I am sad that this only has 3,000 views. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was hoping it would get more. YouTube was kind of like, "Oh, that's nice. We're gonna hide it. And nobody's gonna find this." This sounds like the music I used to make 25 years ago. Yeah. So this is the in-game. This is all the entire video. This is all in-game Satisfactory Fixmas music. You get the tapes that go in the deck. I record this. I got this audio by recording the in-game music just on OBS. I turned it up. I kind of EQ'd it slightly, cleaned it up a little bit, and there you go. I spent way too much time on those signs. By the way, my all of this is in a VOD. Every minute I spend on this save is a live stream. I don't do anything offline, no planning, nothing. Everything's live. So if you wanted to go back and see every single second of this, you can. They're summoning the Yeti from the game Ski Free. Oh my God, Matt Demon. You just brought me back 30 years of my life. Now I have to look that up. We're gonna look that up after this. But yeah, I also streamed the making of the video itself. So I recorded all these shots. You can watch it. Me trying to get all these shots perfect. I'm standing on a belt. I do not use the camera mod, although I probably should. I just do everything usually standing on a belt or in fly mode. Somebody asked about Hans Gruber. Hey, Ray. I got rated on Twitch, and there's a lot of new viewers, and so we're doing a tour. There's Hans right there. Look at his weapon. Look at his presence. His weapon's on the right. And look at what he's holding. Hans Gruber. Do you see his inventory? Do you see what he has equipped?
In the universe of base, let there be Fixmas.
There we go. So, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sad that that only got 3,000 views. What are we at? Oh, it switched to my live stream. 3.3. Here, I'll like my own video. 232 likes. That's actually a lot of likes. So there you go. So yeah, let's actually walk through it. We've been being so yeah, you think the you think the Yeti from Ski Free? All right, let's look. There he is. He's awesome. Hold on, let me. It's an old, if you don't know, it's an old Windows game. Here's 15 seconds. Here's a 15-second video. Let me mute it because I don't want no music to play during my live stream. Here you go. So here's this old video game. And when you got far enough, this is what would happen. Ah. By the way, the trees would literally get up and move in your way. There you go. Oh, I'm watching. We've got some Inception here. I'm watching myself live stream. Oh my God, look. It's happening again. Okay, we have to stop that. Gotta remember that on the ZX Spectrum. Yeah. All right, let's get the music going again. Oh, it's a little loud. Sorry. Let me reset the sound. One sec. I had to turn it up for the Fixmas. All right, we're back. So here it is. These are actually in use. Ray on that I was speaking to earlier, she suggested, I was trying to figure out what I was going to build out here. This is actually the Fibonacci curve, or the golden ratio curve. Okay, one going that way, one going that way. We've got two sort of centerpieces, this one of course, and then these are actually ramps. To get this really clean look, you have to work in the Z dimension as well. Otherwise, you get Z fighting. So I found that doing them, separating this off and making it 1 meter higher turned out to look really good. And like I said, these are actually in use, right? These are not just pretty, right? This actually, there's a lift going down, and this is what is these are what are powering the factory. Okay. This turned out really good. I like this a lot. This sort of rotation of 1 meter ramps, different colors. If you don't know, you can change the coloring to make things pure white and also pure black. This red and white shine here for our candy cane, Nakatomi Plaza. Okay, these are just pipes with this pipe skin. We played with those. Somebody had also suggested I do a snowflake for the roof lighting, which turned out really good. This kind of I was just kind of experimenting, and we ended up coming up with this. Looks a little bit like a ugly Christmas sweater. Yeah, see, all the presents are no longer working. Sad day. These were really fun to make. Also, I kind of expanded on the one that I made out there and made it in here a little bit bigger. This turned out really well. We also have a pipe spiral, candy cane spiral in there, which looks good. We're gonna need that Mercer sphere. We'll leave him for now, but we will need to steal him eventually. Same, I did a similar one over here, slightly different. Summer sloop there as well. But yeah, this is the lobby. Does the snow still work, or is the snow off? Yeah, there it goes. Snow still works. There you go. There's your shot. A little dark. Ray, oh god, it's core memory unlocked. I suggested the belt loops. Just saying. You did. You started with the belt loop idea, and I sort of kept going with that into a tree. But you did suggest the belt loops. There's enough Mercer spheres in the game, even without the respawn bug. Simrian, we're gonna talk about that. I want to use more than the amount for each item. We are really going to talk about that. Hang out, Simrian, because that's a big deal in the other factory, not in this factory. So yeah, let's just quickly hit. This turned out really good. I did put those snow makers under the lights. All right, so there's just this little gentle dusting of snow. But yes, nothing's working. But yeah, we'll just hit this real quick. I want to show you guys some other stuff. But yeah, here's each floor. I alternated each floor red and white so that it looks like a candy cane from the outside. I realize it sort of clashes with my purple and teal thing I have going. But yeah, there you go. Looking good, looking good. We kind of have a dead floor up here, but then again, this is Nakatomi Plaza, and these floors are under construction. So, you know, what are you gonna do? And then we come out here to the, these guys take material to the other tower, which is central storage. So let's pop over to that, but let's start actually, before we do that, let's drop down to the basement. Okay, here's the basement. So the train brings up everything that we need raw materials wise into what is essentially our subway. All right, and this subway is going to be what we use for all the buildings, right? Not just the Fixmas factory, but all of our buildings down here is going to be powered. Well, it's going to be fed through this subway system. Yeah, in your disco you use belt loops with power slugs on them. Yeah, power slugs on them look really good. I'm always hungry. I'm like the Hulk. You know, the Hulk is always angry. I'm always hungry. I sort of kind of am always hungry. by way more than you do, probably. I would be surprised if anybody in this channel weighed more than I do. So this is our giant, although I weigh less than I used to. This is our giant train spiral to bring up. We actually have a train on the way. So all raw materials are going to come up this for the factory, for the entire city, for all the factories, right? All the bauxite, all the copper ore, all the iron ore, right? Everything. We're actually also going to tank up all the fluids. So all the oil, all the water, all of the gases, all of the, nitrogen, everything is going to be trained up this spiral. This spiral was made in vanilla. Okay, not a mod. This is outside of the blueprint maker. This was Popcak's. If you guys watch Popcack, it was his method that I blatantly ripped off from him and made this spiraling piece, and it's designed to fit together. The method by which this was made is no longer possible in Satisfactory, so it got fixed in a bug. Yes, Popcack the Wizard. Well, you're pretty tall, so yeah, you're gonna weigh a bit much. Yeah, I'm 6'2". I'm 6'2", and right now I probably weigh about 350 pounds. Here, let me change that over to kilograms for you people. You know who you are. We'll call it, I'm probably actually 360. I have been working out though. By the way, I will be adding a cam. I don't want to get into, I'm focusing on the Satisfactory thing right now, but just know that there's a whole story behind this. But by May or June, I will add a nice cam to my streams. By then I hope to weigh less and have more muscles, but I'll probably have less hair. By the way, I'm 41 if you didn't know. 360 pounds to kilograms. 163 kilograms. But I'm 6'2". Do I need to put that in centimeters? How do you people, how do you people measure height? You do height in centimeters? We like the math easy. Do you do height in centimeters too? Uh, 190, well, 180, 188 centimeters. 188. We people, we do it normal. I have had so many hilarious conversations about this. I love having this conversation, but I'm not gonna have it right now. Yeah. Oh, so you say 1.93 meters. Okay. We use feet, inches, and centimeters interchangeably for height. At least I do. What country do you live in, Ella? Oh, Australia. Sorry, I read up. I see. Feet and inches are pretty common for height in Australia as well. Yeah. Your dad was taller than me? $350. I'll survive for a bit. Yeah. So like, I'm big, but like I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted from this Satisfactory tour. But I'm like I can get up and like get on my roof and work. I can work, it's like I work in my backyard and chop wood and like I can work. I'm big, like no doubt about it. I got a big old belly, but like, I can probably still beat up your dad. My dad can beat up your dad. I'm that dad. Okay, so not that I mean, I would never. So yeah, so we got this. Thanks, Popcack, for that idea, and then I made this blueprint with it. We can't remake this today. It's sort of locked in time. I actually designed this during my Update 8 playthrough, which was Star Wars themed. And then I sort of co-opted it for use in this one. So all trains are gonna run up here. This does have a double lane. I haven't built the top lane yet. These are guideposts. These are here specifically to help me build the track faster. But it gets us this really smooth track. I do want to show you guys one thing before we move on. So when I was doing the Nakatomi Plaza, I tried to get Doggo up to the top of the building. But Doggo, he apparently has, where are you? He had a height limitation. So he started bugging. I couldn't get him any higher. I was leading him up this ramp. Everything was going fine. Does my passport show it as feet and inches? Ooh, good question. This is as high as we could get Doggo. I don't know. I just got a passport because I had to go through Canada to go to a trip to Alaska, and but I don't have it. My handler handles that kind of thing. I don't sully my thoughts with things like passports. So here's Hans. He's got modular frames. This is as high up as we could get Hans. If I could have gotten Hans to the top of Nakatomi Tower, I absolutely 100% would have launched him and to his death. I would have done it live, I would have recorded it, and I would have put it in my Fixmas video. This is as high up as we can get him, so he got to live. All right, so Hans got to live another day. Besides, this Hans is way cuter than the other Hans, so he gets to live. You're lucky Frici is distracted. Why? What particular thing? Oh, launching the Doggo? Well, he's not a... Well, okay, first of all, it would have been a branch save. So it would have been as if I would have gone back in time to undo the Doggo launching. Okay, so we would have gone down a time stream fork, and then we would have loaded backwards in time to the point in time when I did not kill Doggo. Besides, just he's an actor, okay? He would have survived. There we go. There's the setup. Okay, now next building. So this is central storage. Okay, guys. We've got a very nice outside layout. Worked really hard on this. I'm pretty happy with this. Our freeway, remember, we're gonna be having a lot of trucks go through here. Okay, so we kind of have 3 lanes. Everybody has their own job. If you're going into the first floor of the central storage, it would be this lane of the freeway. If you're gonna go right and go on our little sort of roundabout over here, then you would be here, right? Drive through this way. And then if you need to go through or left and don't want to mess with the traffic or go all the way around this outside roundabout, that's what this is for. Come up here. And we kind of have a sort of a second layer, because, you know, these trucks are going to have, there's going to probably be a lot of trucks, and I want the city to really look alive. I want the city to be bustling and a lot of movement, lots of trucks. I'll probably automate some, explorers just for fun. I'll probably do some carts on the sidewalk, things like that. I want this to really feel dynamic, and so I love the idea of layers, right? I want layers of vehicles. Okay, and so yeah, that's what this is for. And I may do an overpass on some of these. I'm kind of thinking about it. That looks really good from a distance. That looks good, and it's gonna look better when we get it done. When we get colors on that, ooh. I really like how this painting all turned out. This was very finicky to get right. See, kind of like an example. I had to offset this one so I get my arrows in, and then these look this way so that I could get this, this to look that way. Right? You can kind of see sort of how I painted this. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this all turned out. Got a little footbridge. These lights turned out really good. There's a 4-meter skinny light embedded behind the road barrier there. I think that turned out really well. I use it a lot to get that look. So yeah, all of this has turned out really good so far. I really like it. I did the same thing in here with purple. Okay, we have some, and then it's sort of shining inside as well for that. The idea is we've got 12 truck stops, and this is going to be the main method that we're going to send finished materials to be long-term stored in this center building. So this center building is essentially, it's got some bells and whistles and stuff, but it's essentially my central storage. Okay. And so we're gonna work up to it. But yeah, that's how this works here. I do have some elevators. So they're gonna come in, trucks are gonna come in, like let's say, truck comes in through here, drops off, and then probably has to, and then exit this way. In this case, it would exit this way, come through, and then come through over here, and then go back that way. Maybe, or maybe the best way, if it's over there, maybe it comes through this way, comes down through here, goes in here, drops off, and then exits this way, and then goes that way. All right, so maybe it's a big circle. Either way, we're gonna have a lot of roads, a lot of options to get around. Maybe too many, but that's fine. So that's kind of the idea here. And then let's pop up the elevator to our let's not skip. Let's actually do some tour here. So basically first, these are all going to be sushi, right? So imagine like when a truck comes in to drop off everything from the aluminum factory, let's say, when it drops off, it's going to have all sorts of shit, right? It's going to have quick wire. Well, not quick wire, but it's going to have, well, let's see. What is it going to have? It's going to have fuse modular frames. Fuse modular frames, all-clad aluminum sheets, aluminum casing, cooling systems, radio control units, turbo motors, heat sinks, and supercomputers, right? It's not going to be a ton of per minute flow of that, right? All of this fits in, what, a Mark IV? Right? A Mark IV for sure. So it's not like it's a ton of flow, but it is 8 items, right? And so when that factory drops off in one of the stations, then it's gonna essentially be a sushi belt at this point. And so this floor here, sorting and logistics. Okay. You've got all these options, and we're gonna take it. We've got all this room, plenty of room here to start breaking out those items into individual belts. Okay. And I'm not 100% sure exactly how we're gonna do it. We'll have to see. And then basically it would come up here, and this is where I have this floor here. Item sinks, yeah, overflow. Item sinks probably happen right here, but the idea is that this is now, we've got a lot more belts, a lot more options for individual items to go up these, and then they'll back up, and then they will they'll sink on this floor. I originally used drone port malls, now multiple dimensional depots. Yeah, exactly. I still like it, of course, because even with the dimensional depots, and we'll talk about that. We're getting there. But yeah, basically we can split this out and we can send these up. Now, if you didn't know, if you go floor hole to floor hole, okay, you can make a lift that is unlimited height. Look very closely at how many all-clad aluminum sheets I would get back from deleting this. Right, 448. If I was just gonna build a max height Mark 5 belt or Mark 5 lift, look at that. Only 48. That's as high as it goes. The lifts that I'm using here are using 10 times the amount of material. They're 10 times higher than a belt that you can build normally. So that it's floor hole to floor hole, and that's how I can get them so tall. Okay, but we've got room for sorting. We've got some you know, we've got plenty of room. Some of this space in here, I stopped building floors, but some of the space in here, what I want to do is things like your one-offs, like munitions, fabric, gas masks, uranium masks, things like that. Things that we need storing, but they don't need a factory. Right? I don't need a factory for my homing ammo. Right? This is kind of that factory, right? The middle portions of this building are those like one-off things that maybe I just need one manufacturer for. Okay? That's kind of the idea for this middle section. Okay, and there's plenty of room. Is there too much room? Perhaps. A bunch more here too. Right, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do with all of this. Some of it may remain empty, but I have that much space. Okay, so then we get up here, and we do have a subfloor for this area, and we are using it. See, here's our fuel, right? We're making a little bit of rocket fuel to fuel our drone ports. So right here we have our drone port height. Okay, and if we go around, and we're already like basically as high as the shard is, and we haven't even gotten to the actual central storage. By the way, this is my down here. This is my Gold Coast power. Okay, right there. And then a lot of my green grassy fields work is down there. A couple factories, Caterium factory there, steel factory there, motor factory there. Those are all my starter factories. Little copper factory there. Okay. This is our drone port sort of layer, our split. And I think it looks really good. I think it turned out really well. Most items, like I said, are going to be using trucks, but in special cases, yeah, this is for porting in some items, or maybe like a low flow item on a very far away building top. Maybe we do that. These, I'm probably going to keep running these, even though we're not producing anything at this point, as it's because it's Fixmas. Fixmas is over. So let's go up. Next, I have these are my hypertube launchers. Right when I want to get back to the hub, I would take this one. These are all my hypertube launchers, and we get launched out the you know, whoop, and launched down there. I also have one over there. So there you go. What happened? There we go. So that's this floor. Okay, next floor. So this floor here, combined with this floor here, I'm trying something new. It's still untested. I have several live streams where I'm building this. This is a version of my remote item switch. Hey Malcito, a lot of people found me through my remote item switch videos. I have a short that's going relatively speaking viral. A lot of people are finding me with this short, where I'm also talking about that remote item switch. It's the remote item switch that essentially became, it's like cloudy in here or something now. Essentially became displaced, right? It's no longer needed because of Dimensional Depot. As a side note, the officially Satisfactory video that announced the Dimensional Depot basically had my exact same title for my video where I announced my remote item switch. I solved Satisfactory's biggest problem. It had basically the same title. Mine came out a year earlier, and I didn't actually program the game though, so ha! Take that, snut. But yeah, so it definitely, you don't really need my remote item switch anymore because you have Dimensional Depot. However, something that Cimmerian brought up is that there are more Mercer spheres than you need. Oh, so what are we going to do with those extra Dimensional Depots? Additionally, there's a downside. Okay, and I don't know if you guys have run into this yet, but if you build as big as I do, you're going to run into a point where you're building something like maybe, I don't know, how about, don't delete that. You know, maybe how about all that concrete, one after another, after another, after another, after another, you know, or maybe, you know, 400, fuel generators at the bottom of this factory. And as you know, the Dimensional Depot's upload speed is only 240 per minute. And so when you can load a bunch of extra dimensional depots. So let's say concrete. Well, okay, fine. If you need maybe 1,000 concrete per minute uploaded because you're using it that fast over the next hour maybe, or 30 minutes, it'd be great to load those extra dimensional depots on there, which I'm doing. Okay, this particular song's a little loud, but what happens when you're done building the concrete and you go to actually build the fuel generators that go on the concrete? Well, what do we need for fuel generators? Okay, motors, lots of rubber. Okay, and motors in particular, far fewer stacks. Right, so there's less in the dimensional depot because the dimensional depot carries 5 stacks. Well, that's only 250 motors. Right, it's 2,500 Caterium wire, but it's only 250 motors. So you're gonna burn through your dimensional depot very fast of motors, right? And so again, and if they're only refilling at 240 per minute, you know, I may have a blueprint where I build 4 of these at once, and then I spam the blueprint. I've done it, right? And so that's the problem. So you have this gap where I need extra dimensional depots, and I have extra dimensional depots, but it's a pain in the ass to set it up to where you have the extra dimensional depots where you need them when you need them. And so that's why I've made what I've made in an attempt to make a, as Master Sean just said, a switchable extra input for those additional dimensional depots. Okay, so the idea is that remotely I can make these are 20 items, and the idea is here, look at all this extra storage. So let's call this one concrete. I have all this extra concrete stored, right? Because at a time like right now where I'm chatting or I'm doing design work, right? We could be making, you know, 400 concrete per minute or whatever and storing it, right? But then I go through a building phase where I'm having to build a shit ton of concrete all at once. Well, I want that access in my dimensional depot. But if it only uploads 240 per minute, then I'm SOL, right? That's what we're talking about. So if we have a bunch of storage containers where all of this extra concrete is ready to rock, here's how my switch works. And it's very similar to, it's almost exactly how my final version of my remote item switch worked. And that is basically the concrete would come in here and these, well, we could test it. Let's do a test. Okay, concrete's in, right? Let's say this is all there. This is being blocked. Okay, let's not take this test too far. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. No, it won't be fine. Let's delete this. Okay. Let's pretend that this connects down into the bottom there. All right. But I don't want to have to chase down all this damn concrete when I'm done with the test. So we have a concrete here, and this switch allows that concrete to flow if it gets turned on. Okay, we'll rename this to item 1 concrete. Take the concrete out when I'm done testing. And how it does that is that if we turn on this switch, it switches on this unpackager. Okay, this is unpackaging, or this is packaging water, and packaging water requires the use of the empty canisters, right? And so what it'll do is it'll free up this belt for concrete to flow through that's currently being blocked. So this turns on, it starts packaging water, using up the empty canisters. Okay, the packaged water, it goes up here, and this is on, and it starts getting unpackaged. All right, water flows back down, ready to be repackaged. So this is a circuit. Okay, a closed circuit. Water, empty canisters, packaged water. Round and round she goes. All right. Now the key is that I can turn this on anywhere on the map. Let's say I'm across the city and I want a bunch of concrete. all I have to do is build a, where are you? You're in power. I priority power switch. And I go to item 1 concrete and I go boop. And what happens? We start using up the empty canisters and concrete starts flowing. So it takes a little bit to warm up, but it starts flowing a lot better. It won't now because I kind of blocked it off, but that is essentially how it works. It flows a lot better than that once it kind of reaches a certain throughput level. Okay. And now that it's off, by the way, it will reclog. See? So now if we put something in there, it's clogged. All right, so let's do this. And let's put our friend back. Oop, we gotta go this way. There we go. All right, so what's all this then? Well, I want to have 20 items, but sometimes I may want 4 or 5 items turned on at once, but I want all those items to have access to all of the dimensional depots of the extra that I have, which is 20. So what this is down here, it's a 20 to 20 splitter. All right, so evenly split. So let's say, and by the way, I have 20 items picked out that are the high likelihood of being needed at a higher throughput to the dimensional depot. So let's say concrete, iron plates, iron rods, rubber, and plastic. Well, I could turn all 5 of those on, and what they'll essentially do is they split 20 ways, and then they remerge 20 times. So this is a 20 by 20 splitter and merger. Vertically, it takes one and splits it evenly into 20 pieces. And then this basically remerges those 1/20th of 20 splits back into 20 new belts. And those 20 new belts go into 20 dimensional depots. That's essentially what this is. Okay. Now, is there a downside? And the smartest among you have probably already thought of it. Yeah. There's going to be blockage. Right? Like, let's say I stop using the concrete, and by the way, they're not all built. I had to steal them for various things, but we'll rebuild them when the time comes. There'll be blockage. Okay, let's say that I got the concrete still turned on and I'm trying to get the plastic, but plastic stops filling in because I'm not using the damn concrete. Well, it's not great. No matter how you slice it, you're gonna have 1 or 2 extra, right? Even if I jammed a smart splitter with overflow right up against the dimensional depot, it wouldn't matter. You're still gonna have 1 or 2 in the system that are gonna block it. So the only real solution to this, and I don't think it's that big of a deal, it is a bit of a pain, is you have to first switch off the concrete. Yeah, if a single item fills up, blocks all 20, 100%. You have to switch off the concrete, and then you have to go like this. I know it's really difficult, but you hit control and you click on it. You pull out a stack, right? And then that stack, it'll clear, right? So that's how you have to deal with it. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect, but I think the workaround for it is worth it. having said all of that, this is totally untested. Why? Because I'm not sending any items into this yet. And I won't be until I finish the first factory, which is what we were working on when we started this tour, when I was raided. Right? And so we're going to get back to that very, very shortly. Last thing here, this is our switch again. We are almost done with the tour. We have a little subfloor here, and then this is our final item mall, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, here's all our Fixmas items. Do I have my light on? Yeah, turn that off. Oops. So there you go. Here's what she looks like. Will I need all these? Maybe not. But I got them. This turned out really well. I love the circular design. This was very difficult to do. By the way, I have a setting as a console command to increase the glow of lights with Lumen. This is actually closer to how it was in update 8. They actually changed it in 1.0. It bounces a little bit less, but you can make those changes. I actually have them saved to my engine, my .engine, or my engine dot whatever. So every time I load the game, it loads those console commands. All right, so I don't have to type it in every time. So I actually sometimes forget I have some of these settings on. Dreadnought looks great. You need a beer? I've been drinking whiskey and Red Bull all night. I just switched over to iced tea, so yeah, this is how it looks. This top row here, I'm not 100% sure that I like this. I was thinking about maybe doing something like, I may still do this. Taking a small metal pillar, like doing this. Hiding the belts like this. Like this looks pretty good, completely hiding it. I don't know. We could do something like that. But basically every item is going to have its own dimensional depot, right? Currently, they're gonna hide up here. Every item will have its own dimensional depot. This is where I had to steal those because obviously I won't keep the dimensional depots on all the Fixmas items. I just had them on them when I was building the Fixmas factory because it was really convenient. But yeah, you know, and we'll have to go Mercer Sphere hunting again, but it'll be fine. But that's essentially the idea there. And we got a little balcony here. Right, we're pretty high up. I mean, this is higher up than, look how short Nakatomi Plaza is. And I even very consciously want this tower to dominate the skyline. And so, you know, even the shard there is shorter on purpose. Either got to have the throughput of all 20 per item or only have one depot per extra item, which defeats the massive speed boost goal. 100%. Yeah. Yep. It's being satisfactory though. It doesn't hurt to trash items because it's all infinite. Just got to remember to do it. Which item you had on. Right. Well, not even trash necessarily. That went into my inventory. My thought is if I was using an item enough to, you know, that wasn't trash. When I do this, right, and I hit control and I click on it, it goes into my inventory down here. You know, so hopefully in concept, right, these items that you were just using a lot of, you still use some of them. So it's okay to have a couple extra stacks or two in your inventory, is my thought. But yeah, technically you could trash it, but I don't think you need to. Your computer can't handle Lumen, so you keep it off? Yeah, that's a sad day. All right, last little piece of this tour, and then we'll take the elevator down. Is the roof. Space elevator on the roof. Curved. These are tiled walls. I think it turned out really good. All right, let's take the elevator. Two-way elevator. A little bit faster on the way up than the way down. I mean, the way down than the way up. Do you know the command? Yeah, let me find it. To boost Lumen. I'm just gonna pull up my engine file. So these are the system settings that I have. Pool.light.lightshaft.count equals 0. What this one does here, it increases it makes it so that when you have old school lights, not signs, but the old school lights, thank you for the follow, Snow Nomad, I appreciate it, on Twitch. It makes it so that they don't have shafts. Gatey. It's probably the most important part of the whole thing, but it's fine. I mean, it's really that or the tip. But in this case, we'll talk about tips in a second when I go back to the shard. In this case, it turns the shafts to 0, and this actually reduces the amount of computing power that your computer has to do. So this actually increases FPS, and I don't really mind not having the light shafts, so that's fine. Yeah, only one way at a time, exactly. Don't want to be splattering two pioneers inside the tube. Never don't want tube splattering. Foliage.load distance scale equal 10. So that one's interesting. The game treats windows as foliage, and so because I've increased the LOD distance, then it makes it so that there are higher. We're using the higher resolution versions of windows for longer, and it makes a difference. It makes the buildings look better. It makes them so you can see through the buildings. It doesn't do that low resolution like reflection that happens when you're far away from windows. R.static mesh, law distance scale. This one is makes it so that, again, it moves out the LOD distance. So like if you notice your train tracks, when you get a certain distance away, they don't look curved anymore. They look like blocky and gross. That makes it so that it has to be much farther away before they start looking gross. For reference, guys, I have a 3080 Ti. I am not doing my live streaming right now is offloaded to a secondary live streaming computer. However, I am recording this on the same computer that's running Satisfactory with these Lumen settings. I've got a Ryzen 9, one of those CPUs that overclock themselves. There's a link to the exact thing I bought in my descriptions of my YouTube channels. But that's if you're thinking about, well, what is he using to use this? 3080 Ti is the beast though, and that really big CPU. All this is on a very fast NVMe, and then I think I have 32 gigs of RAM that is pretty fast. It's not the fastest, but it's pretty fast to make all this happen. Grass cull distance, basically it shows you grass for longer, farther away. And then finally, this is the one you asked for, r.ao global distance field min mesh SDF radius equals 10. This beast right here, this is the one that makes the I'll zoom in even more. I should have had it zoomed in this far while I was showing you all this. I'm a bad streamer. This right here is the one that makes Lumen extra bright. It takes a second to kind of start working too, but you can type this into your console and it'll do it, or you can put it into these settings as well. All right. Also, just as a side note, right here, wait, where did I do it? Right here. Match objects at max objects in editor and max objects in game. I increased them to 100 million because in my update 8 playthrough I hit the object limit. So this is how, if you hit the object limit in your save, this is how you do it. You have to put this in your engine file, and this increases the object limit. I hit the object limit in my Star Wars save in update 8 probably 6 months into my playing it. I built way too many objects, boys. Way too many. So there you go. If you hit the object limit ever, this is how you extend it. And then I just didn't get rid of it when I started over in 1.0 because I fully plan on hitting the object limit again. But this time I won't even know because the settings are already there. So there we go. That is the long tour, guys. I mean, it's been like, I spent like an hour touring through my world. We took our time. We had a good time. I needed to rest my brain anyway because I was building this piece of shit that is really kicking my ass. So any more questions? Any more questions about, oh, I guess now is probably appropriate. I'm gonna keep this to literally 2 minutes. I made a whole video on this. You can watch it on my channel if you like. I'm very excited to finish this Satisfactory City. I have a lot of hours left in which to finish it. I'm also in the middle of a Factorio playthrough. I've started my channel with Satisfactory. I've grown to almost 10,000 subs and I really appreciate it. Most of what I do isn't necessarily satisfactory. It's hanging out and chatting during the live stream and stuff. It's important to me that I always do during my live stream what I want to do because it'll make it more fun for me and I'll do it more often. And I think if I'm having a better time doing what I'm doing, you guys watching will enjoy it more. Having said that, there is something coming up that I am really, really excited for that is not satisfactory. And so once this playthrough is finished, and I will be doing more streams to kind of push through this. I have a lot to go, right? We're only on our third building of probably 15, maybe 16. I will be taking a long break, maybe even a forever break from Satisfactory, and I'll be playing my other more favorite genre of game. Hey horsey, that is an MMO. So I will be switching to and live streaming an MMO. I'm going to be playing Ashes of Creation. It's in alpha testing. There's a whole long thing about, there's a little bit of drama about it. It's not as bad. If you've heard some bad stuff about it, it's probably not true. I did all the research on it. I'm very happy with it. I'm happy to show it to you guys. There's no NDA. I can live stream it. I would be playing it right now if I wasn't partway through this content for you guys. Some members of my community have already started a guild in the game. We have a section of our Discord set aside. You have to give yourself permissions in my Discord to see those portions of the Discord, but you can give them to yourself anytime you want. I will be doing a full guild in that game. I will be probably guild leading or co-guild leading a guild. I'm looking for officers of it right now. I'm trying to just put together a team of people, and I've guild led in MMOs before, years and years and years doing it. I love raid leading, PvP raid leading. I have a lot of experience in it. There's going to be a lot of that in Ashes of Creation. It looks like an old school MMO that I used to play, the kinds of MMOs that I used to play versus the newer ones now. At launch, it will be $15 a month every month. That's not for everybody. I totally get it. A lot of people say they like watching people play MMOs more than playing it themselves. So that, and if that's you, that's fine. If it's also you that you only want to watch Satisfactory, and when I finish this city, you want to go on, you don't want to watch that, that's fine too. I totally get it. So I just, I kind of want to be up front and tell people what my plan is. So there you go. That's the plan. I'm really excited for that. And that has probably 2 years of alpha before it even launches. So, there's no rush for me to get over there. Even if it takes 6 months, it's no big deal. So, okay. I'm playing Factorio as well, Horsey Mart. Yeah, I will. I'll finish that playthrough as well. I played it last night. I just got to Fulgora. I've already done Volcanus. Volcanus is basically done. Fulgora, I landed on, got about 4 hours of time in before I had to shut it off. Speaking of which, guys, it's a 3-day weekend this weekend in the United States. I don't have to go to work Monday. I will be live streaming again Sunday night. But I think I'm going to go back to Factorio. I do want to pound through that, finish off that playthrough. So we'll do Satisfactory tonight, Factorio again tomorrow. I figure I have probably 5 or 6 more long live streams to finish off that Factorio playthrough. So then we'll focus up on Satisfactory until the city is finished, and then I will move on to that Ashes game. So if anybody has any questions about that stuff, let me know. Just came back from doggo walking. What game he was talking about? So Ashes of Creation is a upcoming MMO. It's an alpha right now, and it's got aspects, if you ever played Star Wars Galaxies, sort of more sandbox aspects to it. Also, it has looks like opportunities for very large scale PvP. If you ever played Guild Wars 2, there was some large scale PvP in that. Would I play a story game? I might. You know what I was looking at doing? A lot of people have recommended this to me. A blind, and it would be blind for me, I've never played it, no backseating live stream playthrough of Outer Wilds. I've heard over and over and over again how much of an amazing game that is, and a game that you can really only experience and enjoy one time. That there's something very special about that game that doesn't exist in any other game. And I think I could do that in 1 or 2 streams and kind of experience that, and I would love to do that live. That's another thing I might do. That's the nice thing if I do play Ashes of Creation. The servers are down. Well, now having said that, I started to say that. Right now, the servers are down 2 days a week because it's alpha. In theory, when they start Alpha 3 testing in May, which is probably about when the soonest I would be able to play it, because I have this city to build in front of us. Their goal is to have the servers up 24/7 or 7 days a week with some downtime. But yeah, but will I still play Shapes 2 every once in a while, or the Crust? Maybe a story game like Outer Wilds, something like that, maybe, right? But I do want to finish off this long series, this Satisfactory build. So yeah, you can definitely ask some questions in the Discord if you're interested in, playing Ashes of Creation or whatever, or like I said, I'm looking for recruitment officers. I'm looking for people that have played MMOs before, that know how this like, if you know, like guild officers. Like, I'm looking for them. Like, if you've been in there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a certain kind of person. Okay. Let's get back to this. I've been thinking. While I've been talking, I've been thinking about this a little bit. You seem to me like you might play No Man's Sky or Elite Dangerous. I have Elite Dangerous on my Steam, and I've looked into No Man's Sky. I could probably play both of those. For sure. Lineage 2. I've heard Lineage 2. Yeah. Also, Arcade, terrible MMO for many reasons. Number one, Arcade, not to be confused with Ashes of Creation, which is the upcoming one. Arcade is a game that was out maybe 10 years ago. First out 10 years ago. It's a Korean MMO, extreme pay to win mechanics, and massive cheating that they couldn't handle. Way too much of the game was client side because it was a Korean MMO that was ported over. And unlike Korea, we don't have government issued logins where cheating can ban you for every game for the rest of your life. So there was no cheating, there was no cheating prevention built into the game, basically. So when they poured over that Korean MMO, all us dirty Americans cheated the shit out of it. It was really bad. Like, I'm not even kidding. Many problems with the game is the point that I'm making. However, their caravan system and the PvP that it created, absolutely amazing. I loved it. It was so much fun. You could basically be a pirate. I mean, not even basically. You could actually absolutely be a pirate. And like, it was on the ocean too. It was a caravan on the ocean. So, I mean, literally a pirate. It was a lot of fun, and I missed that. And Ashes of Creation will have that. So their crafting is very, look, I haven't played it yet. It seems to me like it has a lot of similarities to Star Wars Galaxy's crafting. The marketplace seems, again, similar. So there are all these things that, ooh, we need to cut you off, sir. There are all these things that I'm looking forward to playing in Ashes of Creation that are sort of seem to be a little bit of amalgamations. Let's turn my light on. Of other, actually, let's hold off. Let's keep building this. Of other MMOs that I've enjoyed throughout my years, I've played way more MMOs than I have, and far much more time than I have with factory building games. Even though I know that may be weird to you if you have watched me, you know, and my channel for these last year and a half. You know, all you've seen is me play a factory game. But my first love is definitely an MMO. So you've been testing a GTA V5M server RP. Good fun with the right people. Mm-hmm. Guy Oblivion, I'm really looking forward to. I haven't heard that. I need to get back to Crust. Just started Foundry today. I also need to get back into Stationeers. Yeah, I don't know about Stationeers. I know the Crust had a huge patch that probably broke my old save, so I'll have to play fresh. Played Final Fantasy 14 online. I liked it, but expensive per month. Yeah, I get it. You know, I will say this though. First of all, everybody has to decide where they're going to put their entertainment dollars and how much entertainment dollars you have to spend. And that's just a fact. We all have to do that. Every person on the planet has to decide where they're going to allocate their resources. Okay? For me personally, $15 a month. So I paid Star Wars Galaxies $15 a month while I was in college. I found a way to make it work. I didn't have a ton of money. I found a way to make it work. Why? Because it was important to me. I loved it. I do not regret paying that money. It was some of the best gaming I've ever had. I won't remember the lunches that I bought going out to eat, probably where I would have spent that money 20 years ago when I was in college. Like I don't miss that. I don't remember that. I remember the game that I played that I really, really enjoyed with that $15 a month. We've had 20 years of inflation. I'm happy to pay $15 a month, the same price on a game today than I did 20 years ago. I did it 20 years ago. I'm way more wealthy. I have a much higher income than I did 20 years ago. I'm happy to pay it. I won't even feel it. Obviously, I'll be making money from ads and stuff. I make a little money on the stream. I don't make a ton. I make more than 15 bucks a month though, right? Obviously that's different, but even if I didn't have this, if I didn't live stream or have this channel, I would still do it, and I'd be happy to do it because I don't mind paying for good games. But again, everybody's different, and if you're in a position where you don't love it, or you don't have, not that you don't have the money, but you need to spend it on something else, I get it. I totally get it, and that's why I'll be live streaming it. You know, Throne and Liberty, okay, and it free, yeah. And there's no box price, by the way, on this, guys. So it's not like New World. You had to pay like 60 bucks for the game, and then it wasn't a per month. I get though, obviously a per month over time will be more expensive from a box price, but I just want to make the point, it's not a box price plus a per month. So but yeah, I don't know. There's also no, like, look at all the games that we have now, like games that have like season passes, right? How many of us listening is like, oh, I wouldn't pay 15 bucks a month, but then you're like, oh, I pay for that season pass. Or like Modern Warfare, where you have to pay like $100 for the game, and then every year a new one comes out and you got to pay $100 for that, and then a new one comes out and you got to pay $100 for that. Like every type of game has their monetization, or it's pay to win, right? Like I don't know if Throne and Liberty is pay to win, right? But a lot of free games that don't have a monthly have some sort of pay to win mechanic, where if you pay a bunch of money, you get a bunch of gold, or worse yet, you get gear or something. So there, somehow, some way, you're paying for the game. Unless it's an indie game, but even then you probably paid 10 bucks to buy it. You know what I mean? So I don't mind paying with the 15 bucks a month. But again, everybody's different. No judgment from me, you know? Okay. We have to figure out what the hell we're doing. I love chatting, but we also have to move this along. So I was thinking about doing something like this skirt. Maybe something a little bit more. Sorry, did my screen just go black for you guys? I think I'm back. I don't know what happened there. Something a little bit more regular than this. This is a little bit like, I don't know. I do like this raised thing. Maybe we can do something like that. Make the road go up. Make everything like 8 meters higher on the back end. I kind of like that idea. Should we worry about this yet? They make money on cosmetics? Yeah. Well, it's a fine line, Horsey Mart, and I don't know that game particularly, so I'm not gonna call them out. But like Guild Wars 2, they made money off cosmetics, but you could also buy gold. Now, what's interesting about Guild Wars 2 is that the gear kind of capped out and you could really only get so high, and it was actually really not that big of a deal to get it. And so it didn't matter if you had a bunch of gold. It didn't make it, the extra gold didn't allow a gear disparity between the payers and the non-payers to make it pay to win. But you progress faster, and you definitely had less problems, you know, more money, less problems. But then there's other games where it's much more than cosmetics. Ashes of Creations is pure cosmetic. So for instance, when you buy a mount with the shop, it's actually not a mount, it's a skin. So that skin goes on whatever mount you have already in the game. So if your mount has certain stats, right, certain stamina, certain health, certain speed, what you buy in the shop doesn't make it faster or better. It just changes what it looks like, right? So you're actually not buying a mount from the shop, you're just buying a skin. So it's literally only cosmetics. You can't buy gold, none of that stuff. So, but yeah, I hear you. And again, every game has different. I have heard that the company that's making Ashes of Creation has like 260 employees or something. So again, every person has to do for them what makes sense to them. All right, here's what we have to do. I think before we worry about this bottom stuff, we need to start to figure out what this looks like. The walls. And I have some ideas, guys. So this is 10 up. Let's pretend that a ramp. I don't want a ramp. Pretend we have a ceiling here. Let me redo this. But let's experiment. Make Kickstarter backer of Elite Dangerous, but played since 1985. Interesting. That sentence, there's a lot to unpack in what you just said there. I missed. Try again. Okay, that looks even to me. All right, essentially what we should have here now. I've been saying essentially a lot today, and I'm gonna try to stop doing that. These are planes, okay? Meaning, like, wow. I already took one of these today. Look at that picture. It's kind of spoiled by that wire, but let's pretend that wire isn't there. Look at that. Between the sort of natural beauty of Satisfactory, how those buildings turned out, which I'm pretty proud of, and the Aurora Borealis thing, this game is ridiculous. I'll give you a clue. I remember seeing Star Wars in 1977. I was mostly talking about how you could Kickstarter a game, but you've been playing since 1985, long before games were Kickstarted. All right, don't worry. Yeah, I'm 41. I was we talked about this earlier. I was 1984. Been gaming when it's in infancy, definitely. Okay, here's what I'm trying to do. We need to find a way to get glass walls in these unique angles. Here's what I'm thinking. Thinking something like this. Gonna be really I have a couple ideas on maybe a way to speed it up, but I mean in general this is gonna be tedious as hell. Can't zoop it, right? And I'll show you why. I'm following the lay of the I bet you how many we got here. 7, 8, so 4 and 4. We do like this. All right, and then here's what it looks like when we here's what it looks like when we zoop. All right, see the difference between using that guide and zooping? The gap gets bigger and bigger as you go. We can't zoop up either. How do we do this? I guess we set the height already. Well, maybe we have to zoop now. Maybe I have to zoop. All right. Yeah, I don't see how we can do this if we don't zoop. Means we get rid of this. Well, there's a problem though. Dang it, there's so many problems. See? Look at the problem. Angle's not right. Which means guys. I can fix I can fix one bad dimension. I can fix the fact that I can even fix 2 of them. It's gonna be hard with no zoop. Okay, hold on. What about I can do this. Ken, you can do this. I think. We'll work through the problem. You guys can see why now I did an hour-long tour. I was dreading this moment. I knew this was going to be difficult. Take the bottom rail out, then you can match it with the above one. All right, what are some constants? A constant is this tilt is 85 degrees. Most of these angles are also 85 degrees. Okay. I can do this. But how do I do it? All right. Here. 12. Hold to 1. That's what we've been using. Rise over run. Here's the angle. That's our boy. I gotta do 2. Most of these do 2. We're gonna have to do a right and a left. That's what we had before. And then and in. D. We can make the glass. You can make the glass follow this thing. right, if this works, I can't believe I did this one first. Oh, I'll do the shard, Kin. It'll be fine. It's just a pyramid. All right, set this to what do you guys think? Sometimes I do shit like this. Oh yeah, I was gonna do 4 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sometimes I do shit like this, and there's gonna be some issues here. I think to myself, why am I not doing this kind of thing and getting paid for it? Then I realize that, then I remember that I don't actually remember what, I actually don't know what I'm doing. This is how I'm building with slanted windows. V-canned, I don't know. It's this or no windows at all. You should look at the DC WAN build of Tokyo. I don't want to. The problem is if I look at, I'm afraid to, because if I look at some of the stuff, I'm afraid that it will color how I do what I'm doing. You know? I don't even know if I like this. How else would we do it though? When you look at the shard, they're square. part that irritates me. It won't look like the shard if I do that. Fix sides. All right, let's try again. Okay, this is version 1. It has potential, but it also has issues. Clear the designer. All right, let's try again. This time, let's only go one direction, not the band. Okay, so similar type of deal. Okay, so that's nice with no lean. I don't have to worry about that. See, this is a much more versatile piece, and it won't create that leaning look that we had. But there's a problem. Hey, the ghost. The problem is how we interact. All right, so let's go ahead and remove this half so we can kind of compare. Okay, so we're definitely going with something more like this and less like this. So let's get rid of these. I don't like the look of them being offset like that. I also think that we have the square look here. I think we need to lean into that a little bit better. Right now, we just kind of have a stripe look. We're also going to have to increase the thickness. That's okay, because we can put a light there. I wish I had half walls, and I wish I had half glass walls, because it would make this a lot easier. All right. I can move these forward half a meter, I think. Everybody comes forward half a meter. Boom. Straight all to the bottom. I can do this. All right, let's first decide if I want to. Before I spend the time to do that, I think I have in my mind how I can do it. I had to do a version with the walls and a version without. That's fine. We can do that. Let's change the color. Problem is they're so thin here. It's gonna look like boxes. It's not gonna look right. What else can we use anything? Is there anything smaller than a painted beam? May have asked this before we do architecture for a living. No. That's what I was saying earlier. Sometimes I wonder, why am I not being paid to do stuff like this? Because sometimes I do feel like I have these moments of, you know, not genius, but like where stuff just works, you know, or I accomplish the task that I'm trying to accomplish. Honestly, most of it is just about being more stubborn than the problem. Just getting mad. And being like, I'm not gonna stop until I figure this out. Also, I get a lot of really good ideas from you guys. Right? So, I don't know. Is there a job where I can basically... Hold on, I have to fix my chair. You know, where I can basically crowdsource half of my solutions. Sounds like a job for me. I think this is gonna work. Unless we make the scale bigger. Might work if we make the scale bigger. Double everything. That could work. That could work. Makes them look half as thick, right? No, I don't have engineering. So I have like 2 years of computer engineering. The problem is mostly I did all the prereqs, like the really difficult physics and chemistry and math. I've taken differential equations. I got like an A on it. It's not really, you know, it's math, right? Like I did all that stuff. Chem 1A is one of the hardest classes I ever took. Chem 1A is, and I never even did like organic chemistry. That stuff's way harder. But like just straight math, it is what it is. I did all that stuff, and then I decided that I needed to graduate, and so I switched over to economics. I have an economics degree, and I do I write boring reports for a living, essentially. I said I did it again. I said essentially. I can get that angle right if I need to. All right, yeah. We'll try this. Yes. Get a little shine going. A little shiny shine. All right. I have to create this space again. I want the slidey this way. I want it that way. Yeah. Yeah. Now, having said all that, do sometimes, like days like today, do I feel like I sort of missed my calling? It's closer, but it's not right as an engineer. Absolutely. Like, you can only handle so many times somebody. It's like, okay, so I really enjoy cooking. And I like cooking good food that people enjoy eating. All right. And basically you can only like listen to too much people say, why aren't you making a living doing this? For so long until you're kind of like, at least me, So I'm kind of like, why aren't I doing that? Feel like maybe like, you know, you're kind of let's try that. You know, that you could be doing more, I guess. It's pretty dang straight. I don't think any of us would be able to tell the difference. $71. The questions about whether or not I'm an engineer kind of feel that way sometimes. A lot of times. I wonder what's enough. Is just a double enough? And should I hide that? Probably. Oh, I need to go the other way. I need to bury it. Without it poking through. Yikers. Okay. No, I am just a man. This is gonna have to be 8 meters wide, isn't it? Okay, so let's build another. Please, sir. I do this? How do I do this in a way that doesn't suck? Like that. All right. What'll the next one look like? Wheel. Ooh. I think I got it. I think something happened just now. Oh, what was that? Evil Race rated with a party of 37. Sorry, I'm totally buried in this. Welcome. And I may have just hit something of a breakthrough. Very much off. I think I may have something, guys. Sometimes when you have two problems, you don't have two problems. It's not as slidey. Maybe that's okay. Sometimes you don't have two problems. Yeah. Okay. I know how I'm gonna do this. Okay, we get rid of these. And we only do four high. Get rid of that. This is it. That's all we need. And then what we do, build this. Let me finish this, guys. I'll kind of walk you through, and I appreciate the raid, man. I really do. That's 2 nights in a row. I assume you're playing Factorio. Get rid of this. Everybody's equal. You have to use the. You have to use this. That's drooping. Yeah, it is. It's freaking droopage. Maybe the best we get, though. I think that's what was there before. Nope. ASKA. What's that? I might know it and I'm just brain farting. Ah. Okay, and so all right, and then what we'll have to do, go this way. I'm trying to make the shard, the building in London that is very pointy. What I'm trying to make. Okay. Now these are gonna have to come in 8 meters on each side to cover when we lose a row. But that's just the price we have to pay. It's that or no windows. So that's actually, well, we want 8 total. So maybe this, is that 8? If we go from there to there, yeah, that's 8. You have to be able to hide. We have to be able to hide it. Right? The over. ASKA is the name of the game, not an acronym, and it looks a lot like Valheim. Aska. Okay. All right, what does this look like in here? Wait till it's not yellow. Pretty easy, actually. Looks good. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Now we have this in place for the next one. How do I make it line up? How? One continuous. Would be that way. It's not quite right. Not quite. Damn. Okay, I can figure this out. Let me take a breather. We got raided, and I basically ignored you guys because I was really close to figuring out an issue. I figured out some of that issue, but not quite all of it. And I've got it to where it needs to be repeatable quickly so that I can build this. But we're not quite there yet. So we're gonna chat a little bit. If you guys haven't seen Satisfactory, Evil, do you play Satisfactory? I'm not sure that you may not play it too much. I've sort of been, even if you do, the way I play it is a little bit different, or at least what I'm doing right now. I'm doing a lot of kind of like playing with the architecture, right? I'm playing with the building tools. I'm forcing them to do things they're not designed to do. I'm taking something that really is kind of designed for square factories, and I'm trying to make this. This is the Shard in London. That's what I'm trying to make. Doesn't play well. Like, what I need is a glass window that allows me custom tilt. I'm not gonna get it. What I need is a glass window that, you know, has an angle to it. I'm not gonna get it. So I'm having to make adjustments, things like that. See if we can get it to work. But basically my factories, I've got a map planned out here. Christian, Factorio, 1155 hours, Satisfactory 961. Nice. I have about 2,000 in Satisfactory and about 100 in Factorio. Computer science, 5,300 hours. Nice. So here's my map, right? We're here, we're trying to build the basics factory. That's gonna look like the Shard. I've got 4 different, I've got different factories picked out for these different buildings. I'm not gonna go into super detail. I just kind of did a tour. But this is the general plan. I'm trying to make these things. Okay, so Counter-Strike. Well, I mean, it's kind of like computer science. All right, now will they line up? They're not going to. What an interesting problem. The reason that they aren't is because along this beam, there are lock points that are all 1 meter apart from each other. This painted beam set down here, I mean, will it work over here? It's not the same length as this one. Maybe it, no, and it's not going to be because the end of it moved that way. From up there to down there. And so why would it? There's no way that the 1 meter lock point is gonna match up. We're back to needing the slip and slide. Which is a little bit irritating. Okay, slip and slide. How are we gonna use you? Well, I need to lose a meter. Now we are on. Oh no. Oh no. I deleted the window thing. Now we can slide freely. How do I make sure we're in the center? Something like this. I mean, getting that to line up perfectly. I mean, I basically just did. Okay. It's not that hard. I mean, it's going to take forever to build this thing if I have to do this. Well, I can make the panels bigger. That'll help a lot, and just delete what I don't need. Okay. I can make them 5 by... I can make them huge. They need to be bigger so that I cover more space every time I build a blueprint. All right, back to the old drawing board. Kind of. We're gonna have to be slip and slidey. And that's okay. We'll just do it. I was trying to make it so that the... Ooh, and actually, should I? Yeah. All right. Yes. I can make it so that each blueprint has built into it the guide for the next blueprint above it. So that's going to save a lot of time. Just like I designed those train blueprints. So let's do what we did over there. I really liked it. We dropped it 1 meter. And to drop it 1 meter, a little something like this. Okay, this is the right move. Now, each one of these I make, you... I'm gonna have to remake it. Okay. Maybe. Really committing, huh? Maybe. Right here, I think. 12. Told the one is our rise over run that gives us the angle that we're working with. Okay. We're definitely pushing the functionality of Satisfactory as well as the functionality of my brain to its maximum. So I think we do 2 stacks. Yeah. Yeah. The biggest thing is I don't mind spending a lot of time for prep, as long as when we're done prepping, we've made something that can, you know, be a force multiplier for the rest of the work we have to do. Oh my god, finally bots. I don't know why I do this to myself and wait so long to automate them. Yeah, bots. Factorial with bots is like you have started playing a different game than Factorial without bots. And it's super fun. That's the best part of Factorio to me, is the bot work. I think it's really interesting. It's really fun. Okay. Okay. Now. Okay, now I've got to get this angle in. Do that. by doing this. Quite. Hey. Should I put a bottom one in? Can I put a bottom one in? I'm hitting G for filtering. All right, let's see how this works. All right, let's see how this looks. mean, it's in, right? And then we delete what sticks out. You know, oh, that's gonna stick out. Okay, all right, okay, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. We got to be able to delete the corners here. Okay. I'm in the trenches now, guys. Oh, sorry it's not maybe like riveting. If we could, maybe if I had, this is another reason to get a camera, right? For my live stream. Because if I got, I think if I got a good enough camera, I'm actually thinking about getting the R50, the Canon. We use Canon products in this house. If I got the Canon R50, there's a 50mm lens that I'm thinking of getting something really nice. That's like $600 for the camera body and $500 for the camera lens. So I'm not gonna get like a $50 Logitech webcam. That's not how I do shit. I think if I get a good enough camera, you guys may actually be able to see the steam coming off of my head. Not because I'm angry, just because of the calories being used for me to, and the heat generated by the Herculean effort of my brain to solve these problems that I not equipped for. Maybe with a camera, a good enough camera, we could add that kind of content to this. I think it's possible. All right, so the edges need to really be actually every single one needs to be breakaway. Every single one needs to be breakaway. Those probably can stay. Yeah, I know it's a massive game changer, and I have gotten to bots on so many saves, but every time I put it off. No, yeah, I hear what you're saying. It is super fun. I don't know why we do that. We do that sometimes. Are there any other changes I was going to make besides breaking those pieces off? Okay, let's try it. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's gotta be here. Gots to be. Yeah. Breakaway piece. Starting to look really good, by the way. Yeah, I think so. It's coming together. It's coming together. Oh, I missed one. The world's worst zoo. Do it this way. Okay. Now I think I wonder if I could do blueprint mode edgeways. That my ear is itching. Hold on a sec. I wonder if I can do blueprint mode edge to edge. That would really speed things up. Then I only have to do it vertically. Kind of a pain in the ass vertically once. And even vertically, I kind of have reduced it down so it's not that big of a deal. But if I can horizontally blueprint tile, I'm trying to think of any reason why I can't do that. Except for the fact I'm slowly losing my voice. Could be all the alcohol that I've been drinking. It's actually not that much alcohol. Whiskey and cigarettes. Like, everybody has that aunt, you know? Starting to talk like that aunt that you only see once a year. Smells like whiskey and cigarettes. Bet she wasn't 6'2" and weighed 360 pounds. Or maybe she was. All right. That took a turn. I decide blueprint. Are we living inside each other? Hold on, hopefully my wife's still asleep. Wouldn't want her to hear me say that on the stream. I think we are actually. I think we are 1-to-1 inside of each other. Mistake. Might be okay though. Famous last words. In which case we don't need this guide because we're gonna slap this guy into the next one, right? Okay. Now what? Now we have to build. Oh no, not there. Need one more out. Needs to be there. now we cut. Anything that lives on this side. Okay, so now let's do the same thing over here. All right, this provides the buffer that we need. Do this. This is... I don't know. So... there's a really fine line between being confident and or proud of something that you've made and being arrogant. I miss that. I miss that mark constantly. Reminds me when I was in college. So a little backstory. My dad, his thing with his buddies, even up until when I was growing up, right? Well, up until when I went to high school, a couple times a year, he'd go over to his high school, friends from his high school. Actually, those friends are how he met my mom. Actually, my mom is the sister of, let me see if I can say this even though nobody cares that's listening to me now. My dad's two best friends were brothers. Their sister married my mom's older brother. That makes sense. He had two best friends. He was over at their house all the time. They had a sister. She married somebody. And then the somebody she married, his little sister, that, anyway. They played Risk, the board game. Oh no. I messed up. Crap. Can I fix it? I can fix it. I needed to not delete this top bar. Anyway, so I grew up playing Risk very competitively. Like I really knew how to play. Right? They took it very seriously. They're very good at it. I love that board game. It's like a perfect board game, right? There's randomness, right? But there's also enough randomness so that anything can happen to make it fun, but not so much randomness that if you play well, like there's enough to make it fun, right? So this is how I know Risk. I'm confident, right? I'm at my buddy's house in college, and he's got his friend comes over, his cousin. I think it was his cousin. And all of our friends, and we're all competitive, and we're all reasonably intelligent. Most of us, you know, the average intelligence of that group was very high, right? When we're playing Risk, and well, what did I do? I shot my mouth off because I'm an idiot. I definitely, like, as much of an idiot as I am now. Like, you guys should have seen me when I was in my prime. Okay, so which is probably college. So, like, I shot my mouth off, and remember, not all of the people there are necessarily my friend, including my best friend's cousin. And I'm shooting my mouth off about how much I love Risk, and probably more than that. I probably said some shit like that I'm really good at it. And so here's the thing with Risk. Like, you can team up with people. Like, it doesn't really matter how good you are. If you're trying to hold South Africa, and, you know, the enemies, or if you're trying to hold South America, and the people that you're fighting, which is just North America and Africa, if they've made peace with their neighbors and have decided to beat you, well, then there's not a lot you can do. It doesn't really matter that I played with my dad's friends and with my dad. You know what I mean? So what did I do? I opened my big fat freaking mouth and talked my way into getting my ass kicked, right? And then I go and dang it. Now I look like a real idiot because I said that I was good at the game. And they're like, oh, really? Right? Basically, the cousin that I didn't know came in, oh, really? And convinces everybody to, you know, and he did. I deserved it. Right? And so sometimes it's better to just keep your mouth shut. Because I probably could have, right? I probably could have beaten them or done very, very well. If I had, let my playing do the talking. It led to a direct result. Its direct result was me getting my ass kicked. I wasn't any worse at the game. I just should have shut up. So sometimes when I do this stuff, and it's a little different because it's a live stream, right? And I'm trying to like talk about some of the stuff I'm doing. But that old natural desire that was ingrained into that core memory of me getting my ass kicked because I opened my mouth and talked about how smart I was and how good I was at something, it comes back to me in times like this when I really do come up with something that I think is really good. Then I don't want to be like maybe another streamer that we might have heard whose hubris may be coming back to haunt him. All of that stuff with a particular streamer reminds me of that story that like, it's okay if you make a mistake playing mage in a very, very high stress environment. Like, that's not that big of a deal, even if you don't really ever say that you messed up that much. But like, if you have a history of a year of talking shit about how good of a mage you are, oh, it's tough. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't go looking. You're consider yourself a lucky, the lucky ones. It's not that big of a deal. It's just internet streaming dramas. This is coming together. This is gonna work. And it really doesn't even take that long to build. I went down the rabbit hole. I usually don't do that, like watch streamers, but it kind of, I was talking about that MMO. I was doing research for the MMO by watching a streamer who plays the game I'm planning on streaming myself. And so I kind of fell into that world a little bit, you know? Okay, let's get rid of this. No, not Elon. But that's another thing. It's funny, that's very adjacent to the other one. There's this interesting triangular thing happening in the streaming pop culture right now. Elon, Asmongold, and Pirate Software. There's like 3 different drama things. Like, Asmon's kind of in the middle of it. It's kind of, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. No, I was talking about Pirate Software and the incident in WoW Hardcore. But placing all those single horizontal beams all the way up. Which single horizontal beams? Oh, these? Yeah, a little bit. I think I can get kind of fast at it. Here, let's attempt to do, let's do a run. I think if I do it on this side, I think I'm okay. But there's a risk in going too fast, I guess, right? Because maybe if I get closer. I kind of have to wait for them to be built. You know, if I go too fast, I don't know whether or not I got covered. The other option here, guys. Here, let's take a second. Let me A/B test something, okay? So you guys tell me what you think. I don't want to delete anything in case we want to keep that. But do we like? Here, let's clean this up first. We have a couple options for this fill. And one of them is actually significantly faster for me to do. And so now might be the time to switch it. Better leave that. We can get rid of this one. Okay, good enough. So don't think of it from how long it takes me to do. I think that looks cleaner than this. What do you guys think? I don't want to poison the well. I basically already did. Hey, Mini Keg, how's it going? What do you guys think? Horizontal middle or vertical middle? And then from farther out, long lengths reduce the object count needed. Good to keep in mind. But also at the same time, I feel like that's rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Right, like this ship is going down. I'm gonna build way too many objects. Having said that, that's also like saying I'm already in debt, so I might as well go out to dinner tonight. Like little things add up. I get that. So I'm torn. I want Cimmerian, I want to be very flippant in my response to you and say, well, I'm gonna make way too many objects anyway, but with a little bit of planning, it might add up in the long run to make a difference. Now, I was thinking about a painted concrete pillar, but I don't know how it would work. Interesting. So Minikeg says vertical. Do we have any votes for horizontal? Vertical does look sleek. So what you're saying, Jimmy, and I'm intrigued. So you like the contrast of the horizontal? See, that's kind of where I was coming from too. The contrasting direction. But maybe we can achieve that contrast in a different way with what I'm about to try. So instead of a metal on the inside, we go concrete. It is faster. It's always tempting. So the metal ones you cannot paint, but you can paint the concrete, and we could do black. Do not dislike the horizontal, but the vertical probably looks cleaner and so much easier. Yeah, Brent, I am sort of leaning that way, but I do like Mad Demon over on Twitch talked about the contrast of the horizontal, but if we can achieve that this way. So that's black. Chrome kind of defeats the purpose. Look at that. Chrome concrete is basically metal. And it provides so much versatility because you can change it. That's something for all of us to keep in mind. You know, yeah, I don't think you can change materials, but you can change finishes. I see two options: white, black, or one of the metal finishes. We also have to keep in mind, we want this to feel, yeah, chrome concrete is better than metal. Yeah, well, versatility wise alone, I would make the argument that chrome concrete's better than metal, because if I decide that I don't want this, now I'm okay with the metal because I built it, but like if I decide that I want to change all of this, I don't want to have to replace these, but I could color them differently. So yeah, I think looking back, if I were to do it again, I would build it with chrome concrete instead of metal, because I could change the color after the fact. Your contrast could be the lighting. There will definitely be lighting. I don't know if there won't be lighting everywhere though. I'll have to decide that. There will be lighting though, for sure. See, this lighting here is understated. So we're gonna be careful about the lighting. We're gonna give this treatment to this shape. So 4 corners maybe. I think we light out the corners. I don't want to assume that we're gonna light every single edge of all 8 plates. Or another way to look at it, let's copy. So I'm thinking actually something like we do purple. I think that could look really good. Something like that. I think I want to keep most of the buildings either purple or green. But I'm thinking the 4 corners, right? And so that means not, you know, not here, you know, not here, not here, not here, and not there. I don't want to light all points of the 8-sided pieces. you know, both sides of each 8 piece. I think I want to light one side of each of the 8, right? Which is essentially what the corners would do, right? Everybody gets one side lit. Want stuff. I prefer vertical, but not sure about different materials because of the real shard doesn't have that. I know. That's the other problem. It doesn't have that. We've had to put that in to deal with the fact that the we don't have half walls, you know. Let's look at this. You know, so we've got it's a limitation of Satisfactory. It's all very clean and very clear. So I do like the vertical. I think that fits. We are going to put lights there in some cases, so I think that works. Not sure about the other materials, right? Remember, in the end, we are building a shard-inspired building. I want it to be close enough that when somebody sees it, they instantly know what it is. But at the same time, not get bogged down so much on the little details that we don't make something that looks good in the game. That's a really difficult, that is the most difficult part of doing an adaptation like this. You know, and that's the problems I ran into when I was doing my Satisfactory stuff. So we want it to look good. I think this is what I'm going to do with the lighting. Really accentuate you know. I'd probably come up here with the other color, probably bring it up here like this so we get the points. Right? And so from the side, you know, it'll come up. What light would I use? What light would I use? Would I use the big boy? Boom, bum, bum, bum. I could just cover it over completely. Or I could use this one. I'm tempted to use this one. One of these creates little marks. One of them doesn't. Neon purple. Oh, I need neon purple version 2. Very clean. Yeah, I think I know the answer. The big boy has these ugly lines. I'm gonna do it anyway so you guys can see. See those lines? Or I have to, you know, if I try to overlap them, you have this line. I wouldn't overlap it, right? I would do this. There'd still be a line. So we're not going to use this. We're not going to use that. We're going to use this. You can overlap and the lines disappear. So this is what we're gonna do. It's so bright. Oh, you guys are on like a bright TV. It's like, you know, in the middle of the night. Ah. So some of these are gonna have lighting along the edges. But I don't want to. I don't think I want to put lighting here too. I think that'd be too much. You guys know what that means. You're a regular listener, you know what that means. I have to take just a minute. I don't have to do it right now. In the next few minutes, I have to take 2 or 3 minutes to handle something. But I don't have to leave the stream. And I don't even have to stop talking to you guys. I just have to do something on my phone. And it's my alarm to remind me of that. The other option is we light all of this. What do you guys think? Do you want to light all of it? All sides? What would that look like? It would look effing sick is what it would look like. Hi. But I'm torn because when I look at the shard here, I don't know if I necessarily want this panel to be the edge to be brought to my attention, but it doesn't really matter because we have to do that extra thick. I'm leaning towards lighting the whole thing. Hey Nitty, welcome to the chat. Corner lighting when you look at maybe some subtle backlighting behind the edges of the other panel so you can. Oh shit, that's a good idea too. I do like the idea of the backlighting. Do your rotate of purple and teal. So the only problem with that, Mini Keg, and I do like that idea, but that unfortunately breaks my overall theme that I'm trying for, which is that I like this idea where the different buildings are different colors and not where the building, when you see the shard in real life, the different angles do catch the light, and not where a building has both. All right, I think I have it. I think I'm gonna light it. I think I'm not gonna stress this. I'm not gonna make anything anywhere we have this double. It's gonna be lit anyway. I've thought about it. We'll go ahead and use concrete pillars. We'll just keep them, you know, standard right now. We'll run concrete. Actually, no, we're not even going to do that. We're going to run the metal. And they run the metal, so it's all the same. But we will keep this issue in mind for the future. All of this is going to be covered with lighting. And this bro is going to blaze. Then keep it simple under the four corners. Yeah, no, I think we have to outline anywhere there's this thickness. But I'm only going to do the outer. I'll only do the outer. The only one that has a double is this side. Everybody else has. So double in the corner, double in the corner, single on the face, single on the face, double in the corner, double in the corner, and single on the face on that side. And this face is the only double face. Line the joints up. Unfortunately, well, I think I will. Okay. I see. I thought that this one was off with that one, but it isn't. It's just the middle two. So yes, 100% line the joints up. It's probably good practice anyway. We may be SOL on the other side. What is that? What is going on? Oh, mini keg, 10 gifted subs and hype train. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Oh, these are lined up. Or are they slightly off? Thank you again. That what happened last week was ridiculous. And I appreciate it that you were a part of. So thank you again. And thank you for these 10 subs. I talked to Artie about it today, Mini Keg. I don't think you were here. But I do have plans to I guess try to leverage things like gifted subs into a way to provide better and more content for you guys. You know, I feel a responsibility to be responsible with, you know, not only your guys' time, right? Well, number one, time, right? But number two, should I just pre-fill this in and then we delete what we can see? Let's try that. Let's pre-fill this in and just delete whatever I can see. But yes, people, you know, whether it's a gifted sub or gifted membership on YouTube or a super chat or all that stuff, right? So far, I've put everything back into the business. I've gotten a better mic. I've gotten a live stream computer. I've been testing out some editors and they've been getting paid. All of it's coming back. No vacations. And if I did take a vacation, I would take a vacation to the Shard so I could get some real life experience. Make a YouTube video out of it. All right, I'm really happy with our decision here. And maybe actually too, we don't go middle. Maybe we go. Ooh. Outside. Nope, I like the middle. We're doing the middle. Okay, let's keep going. I think we are in a good spot. I think we have a plan. We place the first panel. We got to do our slidey thing. You do better. There. So if you hit T, it gets rid of that HUD. We can actually get rid of it in settings. User interface. That wasn't it. I had this setting in and then I changed it because it was throwing people off. No, I don't know which one it is. Do you guys remember which one it is? You're really handy right now. I guess I'll just hit T every time. Not that big of a deal. The HUD scaling to the lowest. There's a way to just remove it. I don't know if I want the HUD scaling to the lowest because that'll make it harder for you guys to see. There is a way to remove it, and then I was just going to turn it back on when I was done with this project, but I think I'm going to let it go, and I think I'm going to be perfectly fine. All right, so I'm just going to delete whatever we can see we don't like. Honestly, I was pretty nervous about how I was going to get tilted glass to work in Satisfactory. Yeah, I think we just can build this out and then delete what we don't like. Oh, I gotta do my thing. Almost forgot. Ooh, that would have sucked. Made an alarm for it and everything. Okay, so we fixed this, we decided. Okay, let me take a moment. I do need to run use the restroom really quick, and then I'll be right back. Should be 2 minutes, and then I'll hang out, and we'll I wish I could get the screen wider even. I love my freeway. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, and then I'll do that task that I need to do, and we'll keep chatting. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Feel better. Wash my face. Popped my back. Use the restroom. Where we at? We're at almost 8 hours. I want to go for another 2 or 3 to try to get some of these panels in. I don't think we can panel out the whole thing, which is actually kind of sad. Maybe we can. Maybe I can get into a rhythm. I'll go 12 hours if we can panel out the whole thing. That way I don't have to remember a week from now what the hell I was doing. My allergies are bad. Middle of winter and my allergies are bad. They're starting up again on my eyes. Stop taking my stupid eye allergy thing. It's the middle of winter. Okay, I need my eyes to see. Okay. Show only, missing cost, and build mode. I thought I did that. Really quickly, I still have to do that other thing. User interface. I thought I tried this. We'll run it. Yeah, it's less. Okay. Okay. The items aren't in the way, but the full interface isn't turned off unless you hit T. Okay. Gung ho. Good morning yourself. So I'm still on a 2-minute break here. I'm just knocking out a task that I have to do. Every night I stream at this time, I have to do a thing. It's not a secret. I'm a nerd that plays video games. It's It's a mobile game that requires me to do a certain thing within a 6-hour window. Now, when I start playing, I already have it done, right? And then it's a few more hours until the next 6-hour window when I start streaming. But if I don't do it now, I'll miss it. And it'll make me grumpy. This is when I used to stop my streams. So really it comes down to this. I used to stop my streams so I didn't have to pause them to take care of this thing. And I actually, when I did that, I used to get more sleep. Now, I just take the 2 minutes, don't end the stream, get this knocked out, and then go back to streaming. That's what I do now. It's okay, I needed a little break. Yeah, it's a mobile game that I don't think I would wish on my worst enemy. But you guys know I like Star Wars. And I committed to this. Although I have drastically reduced my spending on it. When I was first really pushing in it, I felt like the need to spend to catch up. I think I'm well and truly down to $20 a month, which it was a lot more than that for a while. Not proud of it. I don't even want to tell you guys the name of it because I don't want anybody to like start playing it because of me. What's funny though is I did have somebody join the guild. A viewer joined our guild. He's actually very good, and it kind of worked out. Yeah, he had a really nice account and knew what he was doing, and was in a very bad guild. I actually didn't even talk about it. He saw it in one of my browser windows when I went to tab over. He was like, I saw that. So yeah, I recruited from my YouTube channel viewer base. All right, I'm about halfway done. I'm almost done. Well, I'm about halfway done. But yeah, I think this is going really well. I had some ideas on how I could get the glass to look right. I had no idea on how I was going to get the glass to look right at scale quickly. That's really the trick with this. It isn't really designing something in the game. These large scale projects like these buildings, the trick is to design something that allows you to scale it without it destroying your life and or sanity. Can't be doing the same thing for 15 hours. We gotta find a way to streamline the process. All right, wrapping this up. Appreciate your patience, guys. Boom, 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 boom. All right, last thing. I could actually do this on my computer and stream it, but I don't want to encourage this type of degenerate behavior. I'm actually not even kidding. Mini Keg, my wife wishes I didn't like Star Wars. I buy all the USC Lego sets and expanded into mass replicas. Mini Keg, do you have the Executor, the Super Star Destroyer? The big boy? See if I can find it. Getting sidetracked. I'm done with my thing, by the way. Now I'm getting sidetracked by something else completely. No active stream. Oh, I was talking, but I was on a break a little bit, Christian. Not yet. I'm talking about the old one. Lego Star Wars Super Star Destroyer. So there's a couple of them, right? There's the new one. So this is the new one that my wife may get me. It's $69. No, I don't. Stop it. Right? So there's this one. Very cool. Very normal. This is the kind of thing a normal person would buy. Hey, let's go, Brandon. And then there's what I would like. $2,000. Right? So what I also I'm not even sure I would want that. You know what I would really want? Three, let's see, Super Star Destroyer plans. The old one's dope, but it bends over time. 3D print. Is this the one? No, that one's cool too. This isn't the one I was looking for. This one. I contacted this guy. This thing's 4 foot long. You have to print it in like 8 pieces. It has the cutouts for the LEDs, right? The strips or the fiber optics. I talked to him because I don't have a 3D printer. I haven't really gotten into that. He said he'd print it for me and send it to me. Cost me like six, probably like, I think he said $500 plus shipping, which I think is a deal. 4 foot long. I'm not going to translate that into European. Yeah, it's 4 foot in length and 17 inches wide. This is probably what I would get. I don't have the space for it. I honestly, I would have bought this. I don't have the space. Maybe I could hang it from the ceiling. Wife said I can get it if I buy the Ewok Village. Bends over time. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going here. Yeah, that's what the Etsy is. He's selling the file on Etsy. It's like $30. Here, sorry. Let me bring it back up. Yeah, it's $40. 3D STL file. Yeah, the file is $40. And he walks you through, like, you can read some of these. So it was very helpful considering that I'm new to 3D printing. He answered every question I had. Excellent file, quick download, and produces an accurate quality model. Yeah, so and my conversation with this guy was really cool. So yeah, no, it's $40 for the file. Mine was the special request. I was like, hey, could you print this for me? Because I don't have one, and what would it cost? He was really cool. I just couldn't do it. Isn't that like 4 Subway sandwiches? I want to hear it, Jimmy. We've already had this encounter this evening. Jimmy. All right, let's change our direction. What do we got? Zaltmeister followed you. Thank you for the follow, Zaltmeister. That's an interesting problem. A little bit of a twist. I'm not gonna worry about that though. I wonder if we even need that inside one. Tempted to just delete this. Am I being overly conservative? Can we pull out the inside one? There's a spot that would hurt, that hurts. Yeah. It's not that big of a deal. That's the worst. That's the worst of it. I think I'm gonna rip out this inside one. I think it'll look, there's barely any glass there. See, it's these corners that get exposed, but having this wide of a border creates other problems. So I can fix, it's fine. I think it looks better overall without it, and I'm willing to ignore the slight issues by having it. Ooh, right here. Well, that's only just because I got rid of them. And what I would not give for a half a window, you know, or a tall window, just a 4 meter wide window. I don't care how tall. No, it won't affect the light panel inserts too much. I'll still center them. I'll just center them here. You know, it just won't be, that's one of the reasons why I was thinking about changing it now. Like, I don't want to change it after I put the lights in, right? Because then I'd have to recenter it. It looks too good. It looks too fat with this. I'm just gonna eat the missing glass there. Plus, what really threw it into sharp relief is the farther out we get this way, the jankier those look. That's bad enough as it is. So, yeah, I'm not necessarily happy, but this is a compromise I'm okay making. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, 3 width, it is better. All I'm doing is trying to get the middle of that white arrow, which from this angle looks like a white line, to be exactly where the break between the two metal pillars, that line, is in the center of the white line. That is actually an arrow from the front. If we do that, then they line up. Everybody's supposed to. I guess technically I don't really need all of them. Is that getting poked? Not in the fun way. All right. Playing for 8 hours. Why could be such a buzzkill? Buzz Killington. Those go in pretty fast. Right? Real key for me is realizing that I can use the blueprint mode from edge to edge between these two. I wonder if this is gonna get worse. Wonder if it's I wonder if being off here is like transitory problem or not. Or the higher up we go, the worse this will be. I'm not sure. Let's keep going though. It's subtle, it's small, no one's gonna notice. I gotta let it go. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good and all that stuff. Hey, what if I'm gonna stream more, like one day as a job, I gotta get my stamina up. Neck is sore. This is a common problem, men my age. Fighting to get the stamina up. looks like about the same levels of being off. Did I delete the power cord? $42 viewers on YouTube. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. Another year and 5 months, I'll be 42. All right. Guess we gotta do that. Change that color. All right, this side. We need to delete just him. That shadow is sick. Guys, I made a really bad error. I don't know how I did this. Oh, I noticed with the shadows. Damn it. It's not looking good. Look at them. They're not the same effing size. I don't know what I'm thinking. Those are 16. Those are 12. What if we go with it and just say I did it on purpose? Just have that whole like 2/3, 1/3 thing going. Disappointing. I don't want to redo this. Are they periodical? Yeah, they repeat one and then the other, one and then the other. Right, so a 16 and then a 12. Basically, it's a 3-panel and then a 4-panel. 3-panel, then a 4-panel, and then a 3-panel, then a 4-panel. You know. Silly. I think I'm gonna leave it. I don't think it looks bad. It just wasn't what I was trying to do. I'm just trying to think if that would solve any other problems. I don't think so. You know, if we went like 3 and 3 instead of 3 and 2. I mean 4 and 4 instead of 4 and 2, 4 and 3. Can't talk, nor can I think. Nor can I see. Bad combo. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna lock us in. It's not my favorite thing I've ever done, but it's not the worst thing either. Will you stop? Crazy as it took the shadows for me to see that. Did it again. Right. Wife's making homemade chicken parm tomorrow, and I bought some. There's a place that is last Sunday actually. Remember how I had to go with if you guys listened, I had to travel with a buddy to pick up some firewood for my smoker. I have a new offset smoker. And co-worker, his dad had, oh no, I deleted it twice. His dad had an oak tree go down in his yard, and so we went up there to pick up the wood. While we were up there, there's a place that sells homemade, handmade frozen raviolis, and so I stopped and bought my wife some, because that's her favorite kind of food. And so we're gonna have the homemade chicken parm, along with the ravioli that I bought. What if we go like this? Very wrong. You'd be on free for all. Okay. Okay. What are we doing? Let's run these out all the way. Get the match to the other sides then? Yeah, I will. But that's actually probably going to be easier than I thought about that. But then I remembered, as long as I build these blueprints off the same spot around it at the bottom, it should be fine. Sorry, just stretching. And then I'm wondering if we should do the same thing at the point. We probably should, otherwise it'll look weird. Yeah, I think we have to do the top the same way. Just trying to think about it. Otherwise, it won't look like a border. Well, it's not even a border. We need a place for the... be borderless, or it'll be less bordered. I think that looks okay. What do we got? Frucci. Wow. Wow, guys. 90 viewers. Am I done yet? Never. Never, never, never. We're making really, really, really good progress, though. I'm a little I'm very, very thankful for your raid. 90 viewers. That's more than that's almost exactly double, more than double. I appreciate it. So I've rated Frucci several times, and always get to see what she's making, and so now you guys get to see what I'm making. And I need a break. I need a minute. I need to gather my thoughts. I was getting a little worn out building that up, but let's take a second. So I did a long version of this walkthrough earlier tonight, but I'm going to do the fast one a little bit faster, and we're going to get back to it. So if you don't know what if this doesn't remind you of anything, that's because I built it badly. But when I'm done, hopefully it will remind you. This is the shard, or supposed to be the shard from London. It looks like this in real life. I'm building it in Satisfactory. It's part of my overall aluminum. The aluminum factory hasn't started yet. And I gotta get really close to the mic. Aluminum. But this is what we're doing. And this is actually a pretty basic factory. The outside is going to take me probably 10 times longer than the actual factory itself. It's not that big of a deal, really. But my plan is to build This is actually just part of my overall city. So the four next buildings, and they're all based on buildings in real life. The Shard is the first, and then we're gonna do, this one's gonna be the aluminum factory, and little rectangular, more of a rectangular footprint. This is called the Mercury building in Moscow. Looks great. And then we're gonna do for the computer factory, this is buildings in Chicago. It's called the John Hancock building, I believe. And so this is gonna be the computer factory. And then finally, and most, although it may not be as nasty as the Shard was to build, is no, not that one. Where are you? This one. I'm gonna try building this. That's gonna be the heavy modular frames factory. 420 Skywalker 420, first time chat, welcome. So yeah, so here's that. I do have a map made out. Each square here is a tile, represents a tile for my city map. This is all planned out exactly. There's exactly 10 foundations between those two, exactly 10 between those, exactly 10 between those. 10, right? So we've got a, there's a method to the madness. Those are all a big project. Yeah, this is the final. So in game, this is what it looks like. Here's the Shard. That is this factory here. Okay, basic parts. All these are going to be interconnected with trucks that are going to drive on our streets. So here's the Shard. It's coming together. And here's some parts of our streets, just mostly for testing. Over here, the aluminum factory is going to be right here, and then the computer factory there, and the spiral heavy modular frames factory, if I can make it happen, is going to be over there. So I'll do a quick walkthrough of the city. Just kind of hit the highlights. I won't go through in detail like I did about 3 or 4 hours ago. Just hit the highlights. So this is our highway. All roads lead to central storage. Before I do central storage, though, we have our tower, Nakatomi Plaza, snowman. Not sure what these snowmen are doing. I think we decided that they're summoning the Yeti from the Windows 95 game Ski Free. I think that's what we've decided. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you're probably younger than 35. I don't know if that's something that is in other countries though, so maybe not. But yes, they're summoning something inappropriate. I'm really happy with how, especially the exterior here turned out. I think it looks really good. There's a couple of math things happening, which is always fun. This is inside the Fixmas factory. By the way, I did submit this to Coffee Stain Studios for the Fixmas factory contest. So far, no word on that. I doubt I'll win. There's way too many really good submissions. I think the best that I'm sort of hoping for, I think it was something like a grand prize and then 10 like runners up or honorable mentions or something like that. If I was one of the 10, I would be very happy. Key Free was an awesome game. Yeah. I make a lot of, old millennial references. Gen X, young Gen X, old millennial. So yeah, this all snows, by the way. I like how these belt trees turned out as well. Ugly Christmas sweater. So yeah, like I said, we're just doing it quick. This Fixmas factory's shut down now because it's after Fixmas. The event is over. But I did make a video that has that showcased this, and it is my submission video. It is, I'm gonna link it to both YouTube and Twitch. I won't watch it this time. We watched it live earlier tonight, which was really fun. But if you want to check it out, it's only 6 minutes. Yeah. So yeah, these belts are all empty because there's no more presents. So sad day. But yes, this is Nakatomi Tower. I did try to get Doggo up here, no luck. There was a problem. The Doggo just started bugging out, and there was a Z. He wouldn't go higher. He just would not go higher. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So underneath the city is our subway system of trains. This is how all factories, including, well, for right now, the only ones being fed anything is the Fixmas factory, and that needs copper and iron ore to be fed, right, to make it work. All of these other factories, you know, we're gonna need bauxite, we're gonna need iron, we're gonna need Caterium ore and water. I'll also train up liquids and gases as well. I'm just gonna go for it, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen, right? Famous last words. So we're high above the Red Forest. This will be our subway system for all of our buildings. And how we get the trains up. Been AFK and went along with a few raids. Nice. Sanica, well, you're here now and not AFK. So thank you for the follow. Here's our train spiral. I'm really proud of this, actually. I like how this turned out. I think it's nice. What am I looking for? Where are you? Where are you? Hans? Hans? Bubba. This is as high up as I could get Hans. Hey, buddy. I was gonna drop you off a roof, but I couldn't get you that high. He makes his debut in the video I linked. It's not Christmas till Hans Gruber falls off a roof. All right, so there's a train coming up right now. All right, so this building, this is the second building. This building is the central storage building. I am really happy with how this all turned out. I think it turned out great. The painting, the lighting. This isn't just a city, it's a cyberpunk city. We're going mostly teals and purples. You know, futuristic. Are you Spanish, where they drop a goat from the roof? No. American, where we watch action movies with Bruce Willis for Christmas, as Christmas movies. It just so happened that I can't name, the only thing that I can name Hans Gruber in this game happens to be a dog. But it's okay. No doggos were harmed in the making of Nakatomi Plaza. So yeah, basically all items are gonna head to these truck stations, and we've got 12 different ones. It'll be inputting very sushi, and then we'll do sorting up the tower. I won't go through floor by floor, but let's head up to the drone bay, take the elevator up. Some of this middle section of this tower isn't finished. It's going to be a place where I do things like craft, you know, gas masks or homing ammo, you know, things like that. Things that don't need their own factory but need to be done. I'll do them in this building, which is our central storage building. So we do have a drone bay, right? If we need to send something, we'll and the truck is for whatever reason not viable, we have drones. So there we go. Chat usually doesn't get too serious here, Fucci. I hear what you said though, that it's wrong chat. There's a little experiment that I'm working on in these two floors, that floor there and this one here. I'm not ready to test this yet, but if it works out well, I'll make a video on it. And it's kind of a replacement to my remote item switch that I made last year that got replaced by the Dimensional Depot. So, you know, Coffee Stain Studio trying to one-up me. I guess they win. So here is the final central storage. And then these will have outputs that go up to dimensional depots in the roof above. I probably won't use 15 dimensional depots on Fixmas items permanently. But yeah, here you go. We also have a balcony. And then up top is space elevator. But yeah, we are substantially taller than the shard is going to be. So there you go. That is it. That is the lightning tour. Hope you enjoyed. Mirage 3, what is it? Mirage 3B? 7B? I can't remember the name of the planet. Tours with construction. And this is what we're working on when you guys raided. I'm basically trying to get this, the hardest work is all in, getting all of these, the framework. This was nasty. It's difficult. We got it though. Come on, autosave. There we go. So, but yeah, this is what we're trying to put in. I've got a blueprint for this. These are pretty complicated. They are at 85 degrees. So they're leaning backwards. And then they're also cocked in 85 degrees. Right, or at the 85 degrees. 5 degrees off of 90. Massage 2ABB. Thank you, Timurian. This concludes our tour of Massage 2ABB. Was a line from Southwest has a line. Something like, we know you have many options and we thank you for choosing Southwest. I actually do feel that way about streamers, especially like Satisfactory streamers. You guys do have a lot of options. You have a lot of options. So, you know, taking your time, spending it with me, Pretty cool. Let's get the light back on. Let's get the HUD off. See if we can get this in the center. Actually, it looks like it's in the center. So putting these panels in is pretty difficult when you are trying to put a side in that is tilted and angled, and you only have straight walls, straight glass walls. So you can see gaps there. That is my fix for the fact that we don't have tilted walls. And we cannot zoop these, obviously, because the shard is pointed up. And not only that, but these walls aren't plumb. Like they're all, see? This is not straight with this. And that is not straight with that. Another good right here. Right, so this is a cross section of it. Hard to see. Right, so look at these walls. Now the only one that's actually square with the center is this one side. These other 8 walls are all janky. So this has been a challenge. I have to get the tilt right. I have to get the angle of the wall right. I have to get the shape of the wall right. I have to make them interconnect, relatively speaking, correctly. I have to make sure that this angle is the same as this angle so that as it works up the wall, they don't separate. Right? And it has to be exact. Otherwise, you know, even if it's off a little bit, this wall's gonna maybe drift it that way and this one's gonna drift that way. It can't work. It's amazing what can be done in Satisfactory. I had no idea until a few weeks ago. Yeah, it takes a lot of patience and you know, some would say stubbornness. Let's do this. Let's delete these before. One should have given a level to that architect. I think they had one. I think that was the point. Okay. Definitely need to get rid of this. And that. Okay. Definitely going to finish this panel tonight. After that, no promises. We did finish the last 2. We had 6 done, but we had to do the last 2 tonight. And then we worked out this method of Come on. There we go. Paneling out this very difficult shape. All right, good enough for me. Enough for government work. One second, guys. Just like literally 15 seconds. Wife's up. It wasn't my fault. I don't know. Was it my fault? Oh, she says no. Not today. It wasn't the cat's fault either. I purposefully left the door shut so that the cat wouldn't come in and wake my wife up like usual. It's the saga of every stream. Will the cat wake up my wife tonight? I don't like that. Yeah, we'll short it instead of... Yeah. Yeah, it's a relatively new cat. We got it when we moved into this house, which we moved in August. And then we got the cat maybe in like September, early October. She's kind of a pain in the ass. Pretty young. The cat's been fine though. One of my favorite kind of jokes. It would have been better if I'd have said, you know, my wife and I got the cat in August. I needed to reference my wife one more time. If I'd have done that, that joke would have been perfect. I didn't really think of it till I was halfway through it. Those are my favorite jokes. Like, the classic one is like, you know, you walk in and someone's eating a piece of candy and you go, ooh, a sucker. Oh, and there's a piece of candy too. Right? Like, I realized because I said she's kind of a pain in the ass. And she's pretty young too. She's not in here anymore. Neither of them. Neither the cat nor my wife. Oh man, that's funny. I think we can do this. Okay. Thank you. Come on. Keeps flipping on me. There. Actually looks pretty good. All right, nice. Another layer done. And I got some new iced tea. Much better than the whiskey I was drinking. Well, it's not better than the whiskey. The whiskey's very good, but better for me now, this late in the evening or early in the morning, than the whiskey I was drinking earlier. But it was fun. All right, chop that. Okay. Man, I'm up to 116 viewers on Twitch. This is about where things were when 1.0 was coming out for me. So I had, I think 3 big raids today. Yeah, I had FTRW raided with a party of 48 6 hours ago, and then 3 hours ago, Evil Rays raided with a party of 37, and then Ferrucci dropped a bunch of you guys off half an hour ago with 89. What time is it here? So I live in California, and it is 6 a.m. on the dot. I've been live streaming since 9 p.m. last night. 9 hours. We're at 9 hours. I'll definitely, I try to go 10, between 10 and 12. I'm a little tired tonight though, but the raid got me going, so appreciate that. Should we get rid of that? Should we? Yes, we should. Let's go ahead and just connect it like this. Except I don't like that. Partway up. I think partway up works. Getting to the nitty gritty. Oh, we got to fix this side. Pretty soon it'll be narrow enough where I can do it with just one. This one here I can fix with a half nudge. Boop, just hide it. This one here may not want to. Oh, it's so close. If we do another half nudge, yeah, he'll live where we can see him. But we may put up with that. It's very minor. Okay, next one. I was wondering, oh yeah, okay, South Africa, okay. Was wondering which way you were for me, east or west. Yeah, well, time zone wise, you know, it's very much the west. We're we're one of the last time zones, right? Hawaii, I think, has it worse. And there's a couple islands that are even more behind than Hawaii. But West Coast is, like I said, except for Hawaii and Alaska, the last sort of really populated, living in the past. All right, let's try not to struggle bus this quite so much. Come on. I have a 4.5 hour I'm off by one. Let's boom. I have a 4.5 hour music playlist. This is the third time through it tonight. Just started. All right, that looks good. Good, nice and clean. And this looks good. So we only have to build the one now. I'd prefer if these disappeared inside, but the angle isn't quite perfect anymore. But you know, it's fine. Some of this, at a certain point, you have to decide, you know, what are you doing? You know, where's your importance gonna be placed on something like this? We have to make choices. I think that's wrong. Oh, damn you, autosave. Is good enough or good enough? Yeah, it's a balance. Sure. And in the end, this is inspired by the shard, because this is satisfactory and not, you know. We just don't have the same tools, so, but we're getting by. If it was easy, it wouldn't be impressive or fun. One of the problems with staying up this late is I can't really go to sleep unless I eat something, but I usually don't eat breakfast. End up eating an extra meal. Not a meal, not like a full meal, but something. Okay. Cause I'm hungry. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Started working again. Maybe I put in, knock out the rest, and then do all the cleanup. Probably we might be able to do this on the next ones. Now this would be significantly faster. You should put your chrome color to the empty zero key hockey there. True. Oh no. I'm not sure I can actually. What am I using? Maybe. I do have an empty button, but that one may be used for something that you can't see. What is this button? Yeah, I do have one. The other one next to it is the one that switches my I have a one button macro, so I can switch between my hover pack that I have right now and jetpack, which I find pretty awesome. Right now, though, we need hover pack juice. All right, cleanup time. Then we can half notch this one in for sure. I'm gonna craft a macro like that, and for inhalers, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, that would work, depending on how you did it. Oh, no, not there. We're here, sucker. Here, sucker. All right, let's get the low-hanging fruit. Make sure nothing over here got tagged. All right. what do we got? Proxy. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate it. All right, can we save you? Yeah. You too. Oh, where are you? There you are. I'm just holding control when I nudge, and that gives me a half meter. My kingdom for an undo button. Yeah. I miss Coffee Stain's stream. How did your entry do for Fixmas? I don't know. Well, did they have a stream? Or are you just assuming they had a stream? Sorry, I didn't mean to flash you guys with that really bright. I mean, if I'm gonna flash you, it won't be with a picture of a building. A picture of a shard. Let's see. I forgot to check Friday morning. Did they have a video? They did have a video, but it doesn't look like it's related to Fixmas. This is how we make trailers at Coffee Stain Studios. Let me read the description. Make sure. Yeah, there's no Fixmas in here. Let's check Twitch. No, stop talking. Counter-Strike person. All right, Coffee Stain. Stain Studios devs. Weekly dev stream was 2 days ago. Talking.
Been trying to stick around to topics relevant for this week and last week when people were talking. The fire. Let's not talk about. No, the car is night.
Seeing any Fixmas stuff? Oh, there's some.
I don't know.
To my knowledge, I didn't know you could curve walls. It's modern, okay.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, infinite nudge. There we go.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Very dangerous. Which, I mean, yeah, nuclear always is, but finally, at least now when I'm back full time, finally starting this week more.
I don't know if those.
No major glitches category.
Yeah.
I think the glitch.
I think that was just community highlights. If anybody watched, did they talk about when they were gonna announce Fixmas?
That's oh, I felt so good not to deal with you, Chad.
Jesus Christ.
Let's go.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not sure. And then I made an error, guys. I hit stop and not pause on my music. So I have to start it over. My kingdom for an undo button. 100%. actually used the undo button a couple times last night in Factorio. Speaking of which, guys, in the United States, it is a 3-day weekend. I do not have to go to work on Monday, which technically is tomorrow. It is technically Sunday morning right now. And so I'll be streaming tonight again. And I just landed on a new planet in Factorio. So I think I'm going to try to push through that playthrough on my bonus day of streaming. I think I'm going to try to do Factorio. I'm enjoying it, but also I want to get to the point where I can fully focus back on Satisfactory. So I think that's what I'm gonna do, is play Factorio tonight. Plus, I'm gonna be honest, this was really tiring tonight, trying to figure all this out. And it's still not perfect, but I think it's as good. I think it's an acceptable level of good. I always will strive to make things better. But it ain't bad. All right, what can we do? Can we fix you? I don't. Oh no. And if we go there, no, you just don't get a window. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. The Fixmas contest, my submission video, I think it turned out really, really well. I was hoping for more than 3,000 views, to be straight with you, but alas, YouTube will do what YouTube does, and but I like it. I think it turned out really good, and I hope that I get into Coffee Stain Studios. I think they have like a top 10. I think it's like there's a grand prize, which I don't think I'll win. There's too many really good submissions. But it would be amazing if like I got like honorable mention or something, just so that more exposure to more of the Satisfactory community is always awesome. And I'm also proud of, you know, what I did, but also a lot of this turned out the way it did because of suggestions from you guys, you know, my audience. So this is as much as your guys' as it is mine. I mean, okay, maybe it's a little bit more mine, but you know, I mean, those curves right there, those are golden ratio Fibonacci sequence curves. That was a direct suggestion from the chat. The snowman summoning circle was a suggestion from the chat. The snowflake lighting down there was a suggestion from chat. Putting items on the belts was a chat suggestion. So there's a lot. This, you know, this, if I'd have done this in isolation by myself without anybody watching or helping me, it would have turned out much worse. So, you know, I'm proud of it. And I think it's really good. I'm not 100% sure it's got the juice to win grand prize. But that's okay. In the end, this is one cog in the wheel, in the machine that will be this city. So, but I am looking forward to. I actually forgot that Friday was Friday, if you know what I mean. I forgot to check this Coffee Stain stuff, so thanks for reminding me. But if anybody hears anything, feel free to hit me in the Discord. I'm sure plenty of my my viewers are ready and watching. Members of my community. So we'll see. I didn't get a lot of upvotes on Reddit either. I only got 30, which is fine. I'm not 100% sure how Reddit works, in the sense that, like, you know, I don't think you have to, like, I don't think there's something like a sub or anything like that where you have to, where the exposure of my post is affected by how much I posted previously. Guys. Oh. There we go. So good news, bad news. Bad news, we only did 1 out of 8. Good news, this is one of the bigger ones. And one of the more funky shaped ones. Yeah. Pretty happy with this side. Let's clean this up a little bit. I'm not going to start another side. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them right now. But I'm not ready to start that other side. To be honest, I think I want to grab a small snack, and I gotta get some sleep, and then I'm gonna be streaming again. I told I was talking to my manager, because I didn't know it was a 3-day weekend until Friday afternoon, and I was like, he's like, what are you doing Monday? I'm like, what do you mean? I'm coming to work. And he's like, no, you're not. You better not be. And I'm like, okay. And then I was like, oh, nice. And then he's like, well, so what are you going to do? And I'm like, I'm going to stream irresponsibly. I'm going to stream an irresponsible amount. And so that's the plan. Stream an irresponsible amount. Let's do a little something. Let's force clear skies. Yeah. Let's move the planet a little bit more. I'll brighten things up. Fix it in post. All right. There's our beautiful thumbnail. Any last questions? I'm at 9.5 hours. I was gonna go for 10. We went for 11 last week, but I don't want to start another project. So let me know, and then I will absolutely, obviously be paying forward the 3 raids that I got. So Twitch, don't run off anywhere just yet. I want to talk, maybe right before we go, I want to just say a couple things. I'm still going. Yeah, I am. I'm about to wrap it up. I'm at 9.5 hours. I got a little droopy eyed, and I'm gonna stream tonight. So a couple quick things, guys, especially to the people that just followed me and who raided recently. So my streaming career has basically been 100% factory games, 95% of that Satisfactory. That is not what my gaming career looks like. The majority of the games that I play are actually have been older school MMOs, and I'm going to be playing one on the channel. This city is first, right? So if you're here, you love Satisfactory, you love the city, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to finish this over the next 5 to 6 months. But after that, I'm gonna be playing Ashes of Creation. And so I just, want to let you know that that's the plan, and I will be talking about it and chatting about it. I'm excited to play it. It's in alpha, and it will be in alpha for 2 to 2.5 years, maybe 3 years. And so there's no rush. It's not going anywhere. If anybody does play it already, I do have a guild set up. That's a channel guild. I will be running a guild live. Basically, I will be the guild leader or one of the guild leaders, and everything I do is going to be live. The PvP is going to be live. I'm not going to delay it. I'm not going to hide my tactics. I just don't care. I'll give away everything. We may be tricky here and there, but that's the plan. That's what I want to do. I'm really excited to do it. It's also kind of motivating me to do more streaming, to kind of move through this content that I've outlined. Right? I could take Monday off or Sunday night off completely from streaming, but I'm gonna pop an extra 10 hours because I'm motivated to move through this content. So I should be streaming a lot more next week. During the week, I'm going to be streaming smaller streams on days I have to get up and go to work. I'm going to be doing editing. I have a big video that I'm in the process of getting through. I've been editing live on the channel. There's not a lot of people that show up to that, but if you're interested in actual live editing, what am I doing? What programs do I use? How do I do it? You can check me out. Other than that, Factorio until I finish that playthrough, and then Billy, morning Kenny, you wrapping up the stream right when I join? Yeah, I have been going in all fairness for 9 hours and 36 minutes. So, in all fairness, but yeah, definitely, if you want to, the VOD is, by the way, all Twitch viewers, I live stream on YouTube, and YouTube keeps the VOD forever. So, and there's no overlay. It's 3440 by 1440. The quality is better than Twitch's quality. YouTube works better as a VOD. Twitch works better. There's an argument to be made. Twitch works better for live. So if you missed anything, you want to see anything, my VODs are on YouTube. All my VODs are on YouTube. Every minute that I've built this city is on YouTube. That Fixmas Factory videos on YouTube as well. So Yeah, I'll watch the VOD, get some sleep. I will. And like I said, I'll be back tonight. Roughly 15 hours from now, I'll be playing Factorio. All right. I just landed on Fulgura, the lightning planet. So any last questions before I go? If you are interested and want to learn more about what I'm doing for Ashes of Creation, I have a Discord section on my Discord. You have to give yourself the permission though. Just go to roles. I think it's roles and it's near the top. Can't remember what it's called. But go there, give yourself the permission, come in, chat, hang out. It's pretty active. So, and we're going to build a guild and we're going to have a good time. Robbie, best builder in Satisfactory. I lurk all night. Well, I appreciate that, man. I do. I didn't feel like we got much done today in these 10 hours. But this was pretty difficult. This was pretty difficult. But I think one more stream for sure. We'll get all the outside done. We'll get the outside locked in. We'll get the lighting up. The cyberpunk neon lights. We'll get those up, and then, you know, we'll start laying out the floors, the foundations, and we got to build the garage. And yeah, we'll just keep going. So next week, and then once I get Factorio done, once I get the editing done, we'll be doing a lot of Satisfactory. Right, guys? Can I stand here? I can. So let's save. Any last questions before we say goodnight? Cyberpunk theme, VOD 32 complete. 32 VODs. All right, we're gonna find somebody streaming Satisfactory. YouTube, if you could give a like on the VOD / live stream on the way out, I would really appreciate it. It's pretty much the only time I usually ask for a like is when it's over. And then Twitch, any requests? Any raid requests? Let's see who we can see. Wow. Pearlescent Moon has 855 viewers. I have never rated this person. Let's listen in and make sure they have a good mic. With 855 viewers, I'm sure they do, but I've been burned before. They are having fun with an explorer.
It feels like a very tropical kind of climate, though.
Oh yeah, we're raiding. This is gonna be a good one. I'll probably hang out and chat a little bit. I haven't met this person before, so we're gonna have a good time. Oh, Marcus is already there. I'm gonna give him. I see some of my viewers are already there. All right, guys. Stream is over. Really appreciate it. We're gonna raid Pearlescent Moon here, and we're going to see you guys tonight for Factorio, or next week for Satisfactory.